Well, there we go. Sergeants, if you can begin your recordings.
PC recording is underway.
Cloud recording is up.
Backup is rolling.
Thank you, gentlemen. Good morning, and welcome to today's remote New York City Council executive budget hearing for fiscal year 2022. At this time, would all panelists please turn on their video? To minimize disruption, please silence your electronic devices. Thank you for your cooperation. We are ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant Martinez, and thank you again to all of the sergeants for all the work that you do. Good morning and welcome to the City Council's 7th day of hearings on the Mayor's executive budget for fiscal 2022. My name is Daniel Drum and I chair the Finance Committee. I'm going to start by acknowledging my colleagues joining us. They are Councilmember and Majority Leader Matteo, Council Members Rosenthal, Councilmember Adams, Councilmember Brooke Powers, Councilmember Moyer, Councilmember Ampry Samuel, and I'm sure that others will be joining us shortly. The executive budget for the Department of Finance totals $340 million, up less than 6% or $19 million from its preliminary budget three months ago, none of which comes from new federal funding. The budget increase is primarily due to increased spending on various contractual services and department expenses. There are $11 million in new needs in fiscal 2022. The biggest new needs are for post-production support for both the business tax system and the property tax system, $4.4 million for BTS and $2.5 million for PTS in fiscal 22, with smaller amounts in the out years. Another new need is funding for body-worn cameras for sheriff's deputies, as required by the council's recent comprehensive police reform resolution. $1.4 million in fiscal 2022, with small amounts in the out years. Finally, enhanced security for the city's sheriff field officers and for DOF administration will add $2.8 million in fiscal 22 and similar amounts in the out years. The executive plan also reflects some significant adjustments in fiscal 21 and in fiscal 22 and in the out years. For example, the plan recognizes $2.5 million from the federal coronavirus relief fund in fiscal 21, which is being spent on administrative purposes. Due to cost re-estimates, the department anticipates a cost reduction of $12.5 million in fiscal 21, only due to a reduction in spending related to the suspension of marshal booting in the first half of the fiscal year. The department also anticipates increases of $7.1 million in fiscal 22 and $6.6 million in fiscal 23, and in the out years for costs associated with leased space. I want to say thank you to Luke Zengele, Chima Obicheri from the Finance Division for the preparations for today's hearings. Thanks also to Noah Brick for his work on the hearing. We'll now hear testimony from DOF Commissioner Solomon, who was joined by First Deputy Commissioner Michael Hyman, Sheriff Joseph Fucito, Deputy Commissioner Jeffrey Shear, Assistant Commissioner Jacqueline Gold. But before we hear from DOF, I will turn it over to our committee counsel to go over some procedural items and to swear in the witnesses.
Thank you, Chair Drum. My name is Noah Brick, and I'm counsel to the New York City Council Committee on Finance. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are recognized to speak, at which time you will be unmuted by the Zoom host. If you mute yourself after you've been unmuted, you'll need to be unmuted again by the host. Please be aware that there could be a delay in muting and unmuting, so please be patient. During this portion of today's hearing, we'll hear testimony from the Department of Finance. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask questions, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you will be called on to speak. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes, including responses. I will now administer the affirmation to the administration witnesses one time, and I will ask each witness to so affirm. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? Commissioner Solomon?
I do.
Mr. Hyman?
Yes.
And Confirm, I believe that is, you were the only representative of DOF with us today. So thank you, Commissioner Solomon. You may begin when ready.
Thank you so much, and good morning, Chair Drum, members of the Finance Committee, and all members here with us today. My name is Sharif Solomon. I'm the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Finance, and I'm joined by First Deputy Commissioner Michael Hyman. We are here today on behalf of the nearly 2,000 Department of Finance employees who provided exemplary service over the past year to the people of the City of New York. Employees in our public-facing operations, such as our business centers and the Sheriff's Office, have shown their mettle, continuing to serve New Yorkers throughout the pandemic. They deserve our praise, and I commend them for their hard work and perseverance in the face of adversity. As the number of new COVID-19 cases continues to drop and the court system returns for expanded operations, the Sheriff's Office has already begun to shift its regular duties, including the enforcement of court orders, arrest warrants, and property seizures, as well as the investigation of property and tax crimes, including the trafficking of illegal and untaxed tobacco products and synthetic narcotics. The sheriff is also currently coordinating with the Family and Supreme Courts on the implementation of the 2020 Safe Homes and Families Act provisions, which will have deputy sheriffs proactively search and remove firearms from homes during the initial phases of a domestic violence case. We also laud the efforts of hundreds of DOF employees who have been incredibly flexible throughout the pandemic and adapting to a new work environment while helping DOF to continue to meet its core mission. They met the moment, and we thank them for the work they have done. After careful preparation, the Department of Finance has successfully welcomed those working from home back to the office. Our teams have methodically prepared for months to facilitate a safe return to the office, poring over every last detail such as workspace configurations, scheduling changes, and availability of supplies. We have worked closely with DCAS, public health experts, our private landlords, and other stakeholders to ensure that our policies and protocols match the latest guidance. All in all, it has been a smooth transition back to the office, and we look forward to sustained success with in-office work activity. We're glad to be back and taking part in the city's recovery. Before we discuss the city's 2022 executive budget and fiscal position, I would like to thank the council for its continued support and acknowledge our ongoing partnership in a few important areas. First, thank you for our joint work on supporting the New York City Advisory Commission on Property Tax Reform. The commission has relaunched the public hearing process to solicit input from the public on its 10 preliminary recommendations to achieve a more equitable property tax system. The commission held its first virtual hearing on May 11th and received helpful input from Staten Island homeowners, elected officials, and advocates on a number of issues. The commissioners look forward to the next hearing, focusing on Brooklyn, on May 27th, and will keep the council informed as future hearings are scheduled. Second, the city's lien sale task force held its first meeting on April 30th with attendance by both the administration and council appointees. We had a productive conversation and left the meeting as we had hoped to, with lots to follow up on. Thank you for working closely with us to ensure that the lien sale process is as fair and effective as possible. And finally, we are grateful for our continued dialogue with the council on legislation that would require greater reporting on the city's dealings with the banking industry. We look forward to working with you further on these issues and on the establishment of interest rates for the next fiscal year. On all of this and more, we appreciate your partnership and thank you for helping us improve the agency's practices and policies. As Mayor de Blasio said in releasing the executive budget, New York City is on a path to recovery for all. If there were many positive signs when I last testified before you 2 months ago, there are undeniable signals now that we are emerging from our darkest hours as a stronger, more resilient city. Whether it's the direct local aid from the American Rescue Plan or the strength in personal income and corporate tax revenues, the city's fiscal outlook is much improved, enabling stimulus-driven investments that will fuel New York City's recovery. Several recent key economic indicators are promising. April PIT withholding growth increased 5.6%, reflecting increases in wages paid to more working New Yorkers. The mortgage recording tax and real property transfer tax showed sharp growth in April, indicating strength in activity in the real estate market. For the mortgage recording tax, the number of residential transactions completed in the first 4 months of 2021 increased by 38% relative to the same period in 2020. For the real property transfer tax, the number of residential transactions increased by over 20%. The city added 100,000 jobs in the first quarter, as has been noted, with the largest gains in restaurants, hotels, and healthcare. And we are poised to add even more as we continue to recover. And there have been signs that the hotel occupancy and tourism rates have begun to rebound. And we are fortunate to be in a position to boost our recovery with meaningful investments, including a $100 million grant program for small businesses hit hard by the pandemic, a combination of advertising campaigns designed to boost tourism, and a temporary suspension of the hotel room occupancy tax to help our hotel industry fill up rooms and put New Yorkers back to work, which was announced yesterday. Underpinning all of this is the fact that approximately 7.7 million vaccinations have been given in New York City. But it's also all of the attributes of New York that make it a draw for so many. Our deep talent pool, diverse industries, rich arts and culture, and so much more. While we have a lot to be optimistic about, we are clear-eyed about the challenges that continue to face us. It will take some time before tourism returns to pre-pandemic levels, and the revenue, leisure, and hospitality jobs supported by tourism remain a concern. It is unclear how long it will be before workers line the streets of Midtown again at pre-pandemic levels, though I do want to acknowledge the recent encouraging announcements from a few large private sector employers about employees returning to the office. And as the American Rescue Plan is a one-time infusion of much needed financial support, the impact on the city's long-term financial position due to pandemic-related shifts in traditional norms will need to be watched closely. Still, the overall picture is very encouraging for a strong recovery. Through it all, the Department of Finance has remained focused on our mission to administer the tax and revenue laws of the city fairly, efficiently, and transparently while providing exceptional customer service. In March, I told you about several initiatives we have launched to better serve our customers, including a new pay-by-phone option for property taxes, improvements to the rent-freeze tenant access portal, and an online appointment scheduling system. The PayPal and Venmo payment options for parking tickets that we have launched are now averaging 1,454 transactions per day, a 17% increase since the preliminary budget hearing. PayPal and Venmo now account for 8% of all parking ticket payments made on our website and 14% of those made on our Pay or Dispute mobile app. Today, I would like to share a bit more about our improvements underway and what you should expect from DOF in the coming months. We have begun using a new digital outreach platform, which allows us to communicate more frequently and in a more targeted fashion with our customers. This will help us to tailor messaging to individuals or groups of individuals regarding a specific benefit or service, and to promote our outreach events, including the virtual For Your Benefit series, which focuses on topics such as property tax payment plans, homeowner exemptions, and the rent freeze program. We continue to pursue additional solutions to the problem of deed fraud, including legislation at the state level to increase penalties, enhance optical character recognition and modeling to identify suspicious activity. And we are exploring a proof of concept for introducing blockchain technology to record documents related to property ownership, thereby making it more difficult for criminals to perpetrate fraud. Leveraging technological tools to ease transaction processes for New Yorkers is constantly on our mind, and we hope to keep the pipeline of improvements churning to benefit customers even more. Looking ahead, we are exploring the addition of kiosks in our business centers, which would provide another convenient option for customers to make cash payments. We continue to work toward a one account model whereby customers would be able to conduct all Department of Finance payment transactions with a single account. And as I mentioned before, we continue to develop more user-friendly mediums to disseminate information, including homeowner exemption videos, a chatbot tool that we will roll out for Parking First, and a story map presentation for income producing properties. In closing, the Department of Finance remains committed to helping New York City move forward in this as we emerge from the pandemic. We look forward to a vigorous recovery whose benefits will be shared by all New Yorkers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Commissioner. And before we go to questions, let me say that we have been joined by Council Members Grodenchik and Powers. Okay, the department identifies $1.4 million in fiscal '22 for body-worn cameras for sheriff's deputies, and this cost shrinks to $432,000 in fiscal '23 and $248,000 in fiscal '24. How many body cameras does this purchase?
Chair, this supports 200 body cameras, and there are some attendant equipment like docking stations and the things like that. But it would support 200.
Okay, thank you. And what are the rules regarding the use of body cameras by deputies, as well as for logging and releasing the recorded footage? And are those rules in lockstep with the NYPD?
So the policy is being formulated as we speak. As you know, this is something that is new for our department, but we are having conversations with the NYPD. We're having conversations with the Department of Social Services, whose police officers also have body-worn cameras. And we fully anticipate to be aligned with those policies.
Okay, thank you. I certainly hope that footage in instances of concern to the public will be released as soon as possible. I know that we'll be working with our chair of the Public Safety Committee, Councilmember Adams, as well on this issue, and look forward to having those discussions.
Absolutely.
What is the lifespan of a body camera?
Well, we have the vendor, as we understand it, basically will refresh at the 30-month mark and the 60-month mark during the life of the contract.
I'm sorry, can you just say it again? I didn't quite get it.
Sure, the lifespan. So basically the body worn cameras are refreshed basically at the 30-month mark and then at the 60-month mark.
So
After
between three
its introduction. Yeah,
3 and 5 years.
essentially.
Okay, thank you. The department adds 7 budgeted positions and $2.8 million in fiscal '22 for enhanced security at Sheriff Field offices and across DOF administration. Can you explain why the Department of Finance and the Office of Sheriff need more security?
Sure. So, Chair, in 2019, there was an assessment done by Homeland Security for our facilities, for our business centers. Currently, our Manhattan and our Brooklyn business centers have screening procedures for visitors and customers who are entering those business centers. The funding here will allow us to expand those screening procedures to our Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island facilities. And that is, essentially carrying out the recommendations of Homeland Security.
And when you say screening procedures, can you be a little bit more specific about what that involves?
Sure. It's basically the magnetometers that we have there. So as people are passing through, and it's essentially making sure that the queue is being managed and that people are orderly being able to enter.
Okay, it's a little concerning to me, only because we don't even have magnetometers in police departments, in police precincts. But you feel the security situation is that, what's the word I should use here? The security is that the situation is that bad that we need that type of security?
I wouldn't say that the situation is bad. I think that these are precautionary measures. I think that we see it in other public buildings. I certainly understand your point, Chair, that you don't see it in other facilities like police precincts, but we do see it in other city managed buildings. And again, it's out of an abundance of caution to ensure that our staff is fully safe. And again, it's in keeping with recommendations that we received from Homeland Security.
And have you had any instances where it would have called for additional security in the past?
No, I think right now we have deputy sheriffs that are stationed at each of our business centers. And, they're, as we all know, well-trained, highly skilled. If there was a situation where a customer became irate with any member of the staff, our deputy sheriffs are there to de-escalate and to make sure that whatever it is that the customer needs is provided, or if not, that we would follow up. So just like any customer service center, sometimes there are incidents where there is a flare of tempers, if you will. But I think our deputy sheriffs are there and trained to de-escalate.
Then, Commissioner, where would the security come from? From DCAS? The same type of security guards that you have at other city buildings?
It would be a private security guard. I think we're hiring off of the citywide contract that DCAS hires off of as well. And then the idea here, a part of the new need is also 7 new deputy sheriffs. So the idea is to have a more hands-on approach by the deputy sheriffs at that particular location where the screening is occurring.
Okay, and Commissioner, can you tell us, do you know the titles and functions of those positions?
Sure. Basically, the private security contracted, positions are just what you would see in the DCAS building, for example, 2 per magnetometer, allowing, anything that would set off the magnetometer to be placed in a bucket, et cetera, to move forward. So it would be two private guards there and 1 deputy sheriff basically overseeing and supervising.
Are the guards unionized?
Are the guards unionized? Do we know if they're? I don't know off the top of my head. We'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank
But
you.
it is off of the citywide contract, but we will get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. The fiscal 22 executive plan contains new needs totaling $4.4 million in fiscal 22 for post-production support of its business tax system. Could you please explain the cost associated with the maintenance of the business tax system?
Sure. So I think the new needs essentially are to go towards post-production support, which includes software maintenance. And software maintenance will include things, in any IT system that essentially goes towards keeping the system updated to run in the latest technology, maintaining the system performance, and sort of remediating any newly discovered security vulnerabilities, which of course is always a top priority. And so that essentially is what funds the new needs for that post-production support for those 2 systems. And those 2 systems, as you know, Chair, are critical to New York City. They generate, close to $40 billion a year in terms of the administration of business taxes and property taxes. So we do want to make sure that they're kept current as much as possible. So.
Okay, thank you again. One of the services carried out by the department is the intake of real property income and expense statements via its property tax system. I think you call it RPI, maybe? Statements.
RPIE, but yeah, okay.
RPIE statements allow those departments to make assessments on income producing properties with assessed values greater than $40,000. In the event a property owner does not file an RPIE, the department notifies owners by mail, signaling the start of a window of time for the owner to take corrective action. The Office of the Taxpayer Advocate reports that in 2019, half of all RPIE notices issued by the department went unanswered, and recommended that DOF add greater functionality to the PTS, which will allow property owners to register for specific electronic notifications regarding their RPIE. So the executive plan adds $2.5 million for the property tax system in fiscal 22. So do these funds contribute to this increased functionality? What is the funding doing to improve the property tax system? And will it address OTA's recommendations?
So it will address, so the OTA recommendations in the annual report will be addressed. And that could be addressed with the current functionality of the property tax system. We will be able to do that and send the targeted emails to those RPIE non-filers to basically urge them to file so that they don't incur a penalty. So we will do that. With respect to the broader question on the 2.5 million, the 2.5 million, as I mentioned, is mainly for the software maintenance, which essentially is done to keep the platforms current and to include that there are no security vulnerabilities. But the functionality exists to implement the taxpayer advocate's recommendation, and we will do it.
And thank you. You mentioned the non-filers. So according to DOF data on non-filers in 2019, over 16,000 owners did not submit an RPIE that year. DOF generated 7.4 million in revenue from RPIE late penalties in fiscal 2019, 9.3 million in fiscal 20, and is projected to exceed its projected fiscal 21 adopted amount of 5 million. Despite this, the department predicts only 5 million in RPI penalty revenue in fiscal 22. So how many non-filers were issued penalties in fiscal 20 and fiscal 21 to date? And what is the average penalty amount?
Sure. So, Chair, I just want to start first with, our compliance rate for RPIE filers is very high, which we're happy about. It's over 90% of RPIE filers actually do file. You are correct by citing the fact that for the 2019 calendar year filing, basically there were 16,000 filers who did not file. However, 7,300 filers did file. 7,300 out of the 16,000 did file during the cure period, which obviously we encourage people to do so that they don't incur any penalties. For the remainder, so there were 5,000, just to give a little context, in 2018, there were 5,930 penalties that were issued for non-filing. And for calendar year 2019 filing, it's about 8,251. The average penalty is about 4,530 for the real property for the RPIE in 2018, and the average penalty is about 4,078 for RPIE 2019. I would note that that's the average. The median is much lower. The median is actually around like 1,000 in terms of the penalty, but you do have some high penalties that bring the average up.
It seems to me, Commissioner, that you are underestimating, though, the amount that you'll collect from the RPIE late penalties.
Well, I think we always want to, our main goal is to get compliance and to get people to file. We could, always do better forecasting, and we will look at that. But our main goal is to make sure that we get as many people as possible to file. And obviously during the pandemic, we had some challenges, but going forward, we're hoping that we can better forecast what those penalties may be going forward.
Did you say how many go uncollected?
How many go uncollected? We don't have handy, but we can run our reports and come back to you and to the committee with that number of how many actually go uncollected.
Okay, and then is there any interest charged on that?
So there is interest that does accrue on interest if it's not paid within 30 days. And the interest rate that is charged is the same that would apply to delinquencies the delinquent payment interest charges for property taxes.
Okay, so how does the DOF assess the value of properties in the event of an owner not filing an RPIE? And would you agree that whatever resources are allocated to this effort would be better spent making PTS more accessible?
So to derive a value for properties who don't file an RPIE, the department looks at comparable properties and then comes up with a valuation based on that. In terms of, the efforts, I think we're always looking at the PTS system and how to improve it, and how to make it more accessible for our customers. And that could include a lot of enhancements that we're currently trying to work on, some of which are already rolled out, like e-filing for property tax exemptions through our quote unquote smart file tool. And we're actually looking to see if we can enhance by allowing the RPIEs themselves to be applied online through our PTS system. So we're constantly looking at ways to enhance it, and hopefully we'll be able to do that in the near future.
Commissioner, you're now collecting phone numbers of all of your taxpayers?
We collect email addresses, and we do also collect phone numbers on some of them. I believe some of our forms have spaces for phone numbers. Emails, we definitely do collect on those forms, which again will allow us to implement the OTA's recommendation, the taxpayer advocate's recommendation.
Okay, Commissioner, I'm going to stop here. There are a lot of council member questions. I want to announce that we have been joined by Council Members Lewis, Council Member Barron, Council Member Cornegy, and Council Member Darma Diaz as well. I'm going to turn it back to my committee counsel, and she will call on others to ask questions. I see my co-chair is here as well, Council Member Helen Rosenthal. Thank you, Helen.
Thank you, Chair Drum. If any council members have questions for DOF, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you'll be added to the queue. Council members, please keep your questions to 5 minutes, including answers. Please wait for the sergeant at arms to let you know when your time begins. The sergeant will then let you know when your time is up. We will now hear from Councilmember Adams if she is available. If she is not immediately available, we can go to Councilmember Rosenthal, followed by Councilmember Adams. Thank you.
Your time will begin.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Drum. Really appreciate you already asked all the questions I want to ask. So I'm just going to drill down on one of them. Commissioner, so good to see you. Really appreciate all your hard work. In particular, I want to thank you for working with those of us, and I know you share the same desire to understand what's happening with our storefronts and what we can do to help keep them in business. We had passed legislation asking you to collect a lot of additional data, and we found a way to pull out some really important things as we try to suss out some other pieces of it. And I'm excited that data is now on the open data portal, and people can, you've synthesized that material, I think, in a report that is up on your website or will be soon.
It will be soon, thanks to your very helpful suggestions. And yes, we will work on that and get that up within the next week.
Super, super. So, but so this is about identifying where vacancies are and understanding it at a much more micro level. And what you've been able to do so far is show that vacancies did increase between December 2019 and June 2020. But it's such a limited time frame. We're really excited to see the data from that you'll put out this coming June, which will really give us an idea of what happened over the pandemic. So it'll be year over year. I guess I'm wondering a couple of things. One is that you mentioned that the, I never remember the letters, RFEI?
The RPIE?
RPIE,
Yeah.
you know, usually gets a 90% response rate, which is amazing. And then, whatever. But the response rate for this was less. Is that right? It was like 75%, not quite at 90.
Right. So Not everyone who filed with a storefront was a required RPIE filer. Yeah, so, but yes, we targeted 69,000 properties that we thought had a storefront, and 75% of those who we did outreach to actually did file. Yes, but you do have a drop off between RPIE required filers because some of them don't have a storefront, or some of them are not required to file. Yeah.
Got it. So did you do the second round of outreach like you do for the usual RPI filers?
The second round of outreach we have done. We're planning to do more. And we are looking forward to working with you and your colleagues to basically help get the word out as much as possible.
Okay. And then lastly, just on behalf of my condo and co-op buildings, especially the smaller buildings, they continue. I've worked for I think my entire time in office, 7.5 years with one particular building that every year has to sort of relive the same mistakes of the prior year and sort of relitigate what their tax assessment value should be. Every year, the finance department agrees with them, but doesn't baseline sort of that information. And so every year they have to come back, relitigate this issue. It always goes pretty much in their favor. This last year, they were promised it would be only because I'm, sort of laser focused on this particular building, because I think it's an example of what's happening with many other buildings. And there was, promises made that this would not happen again, and yet it did. And, especially now when this building, when the tenants are, owners are, when all of us are sort of living on the edge, it's hard for them to even think, why do they have to even pay for a lawyer to do this again? It's an unnecessary expense because honestly,
Time has expired.
And I'll stop here, but I think our bureaucracy somehow isn't able to keep up with accurate information somehow. I don't know what my question is. Fix it.
All right, there you go. Yeah. I'm happy to work with you on it, council member, as always. We can talk later. We can talk tomorrow, whenever you want, to talk about this particular property. And we'll see what's going on with it and decide.
Again, it's emblematic of what's happening to so many properties. And I'm wondering if you would consider, Chair Drum, I really promised last question. I know I always go down these rabbit holes, but if you could consider working with the ombudsperson and your staff to systemically integrate the changes into the database, because somehow that's not happening.
Yeah, if we look at this building along with you and we define a systemic issue that could apply to other properties as well, then absolutely we want to work to do that,
That's
to do those changes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just before we go to Councilmember Adams, I just want to remind you that we did pass local law 105 of 2020, and the law required DOF to use best efforts to collect phone numbers and emails at a minimum by soliciting the information on forms and applications. So do you have an update on that at all? Because the reason I'm being so insistent about this is oftentimes when council members try to work with folks about lien sales, the only thing we can do is send out a letter. We don't have the phone numbers. So can you just give me an update on the progress? It's supposed to take effect July 1, 21 this year, and that's coming up. So can you give me an idea about what type of efforts you've made in that direction?
Sure. So we've updated several forms in compliance with the laws, which I believe take effect July 1st. And so we have a slew of forms that have been updated. Certainly on the email address, I want to just turn to our first deputy commissioner just to see if he knows the question about phone numbers. Again, just to triple confirm, but we have updated a slew of forms to be in compliance with local laws 105 and 106.
Yes, we are trying to solicit the information required by the local law. As the commissioner said, we're going through our forms and saying where best to kind of advertise the information. And then the email database, as he mentioned, we're also increased our software so we can have better metrics that when we contact somebody by email, is it being read? Is it, is it, so we also want to make sure the purity of the data is good as possible.
Good. Well, thank you. So I look forward to getting back to you on that after July 1st and talking more about what success you've had or what difficulties you've had in implementing that. But
and I would just I would just add to that, Chair, that we believe, we are in lockstep with the council in our desire to have this information to reach out to as many homeowners as possible. And that can be for tax liens, it can be for exemptions. And as I mentioned in my testimony, we have this Click Dimensions tool now where we do this outreach. And so we need more of that contact information to do those personalized touches.
Yeah, thank you. Like I said, I could see my staff sitting there folding envelopes, and it'd be so much easier if we had the ability to be able to make the phone call to them and say, hey, get in touch with us. We want to help you, So thank you. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Adams.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairs Drum, Chair Rosenthal. Thank you so much. Commissioner, thank you. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
We had a long, tough winter, and I'm just gonna bring it up just a little bit. I'm really, really happy about our initial tax lien task force meeting on the 30th. I thought it was very productive, and I really see some great things on the horizon for us there as far as continuing the work when it comes to the tax lien form. So just to recap, the fiscal 2022 executive budget includes lien sale proceeds totaling $135 million in fiscal 2022. Additionally, the City Council has allocated $500,000 of its discretionary spending towards outreach regarding the lien sale. This funding has since been moved to HPD. However, we still expect DOF to pursue policies that remove properties from the lien sale list when viable. So my first question is, does the administration intend to conduct a lien sale before the end of its current term, or does this figure reflect a lien sale that would occur in the first half of the new mayor's administration?
Sure, Council Member, and of course, look forward to working with you and the rest of our colleagues on the task force. So we are currently prohibited by a gubernatorial executive order that is in effect until June 5th from conducting any lien sales. Localities are prohibited from doing that. The executive order has been extended several times. So it's set to expire now on June 5th, and we'll see if it's extended. If it is not extended, then the administration does intend to move forward with a lien sale in full compliance with local law 24 that we all worked on together with your leadership. And so we would look to move forward with it. I would say we are constantly looking at putting more people on the exemption rolls so that they have exemptions afforded to them, which would prohibit their inclusion on the lien sale. We also look forward to making sure that PT Aid, the program for the deferral of property taxes, that also will make sure that you're out. And of course, there are full compliance with COVID hardship regulations that have been passed by state law that have been codified as well in local law.
Okay, well, I think that our goal should still be, as you know, to reduce as many properties as possible from being a part of that brutal lien sale. especially we're still in the midst of a pandemic. So we'll see what happens as far as an extension and the fifth is concerned. I'm still very concerned about the properties that will be on that list. So that said, how many properties would qualify for the lien sale if it were held today?
So if it were held today, we haven't officially run the number because it's tied to the 90-day notice. But if it were today, we think the initial at-risk pool would be around 23,000 properties. And just keep in mind that that also includes the 2020 lien sale group that was, now that is the total at-risk pool. With local law 24, however, we expect that there would be a 9% reduction, meaning that we'd have 2,100 or so fewer properties that would be on there. I would also note in those numbers that it is important to note that this does not include any of the COVID relief provisions that would be by local law 24 that would remove people from the lien sale list. So that is like the very top number. As people sign up for exemptions and have the COVID hardships that will come in, that number will go down. And just one final point, as you know, you're a close watcher of this, obviously, the pool starts very large, it ends very small in terms of, but we understand we don't want anyone to be on a particular lien sale. We want to get them off, but it's just in terms of order of magnitude, it does go down as more people do take advantage of exemptions or hardship plans and payment plans.
Understood, and thank you for that. The numbers to me, knowing where we were and seeing where we are right now, the numbers are very encouraging to me. So, as you said, as one that has been with this, it's been brought a lot of us to tears over when we should have been celebrating the holidays. So for this news to me is very encouraging, and I know to the task force it will be also. Do you know how much an outstanding property
Time has expired.
what the charges how much an outstanding property charges would qualify for the lien sale?
I don't have that handy, but we can follow up with you with that number. Happy to follow up with you with that number.
I'll tack on with that if you can get that to me, and you can also get to me any outstanding water charges that would qualify as well. Big
Got it.
part.
Absolutely. We will follow up with you, Councilman.
Thank you so much for your partnership, and thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Council Member. I appreciate it.
Chair Durham, do you have any further questions?
I do, yes. Let me just talk a little bit about the federal COVID-19 funding. The department received additional federal funding totaling $2.5 million in fiscal 21 from the Coronavirus Relief Fund. Could you describe the purpose of this funding and what are the rules attached to its use?
Sure, Chair. So 2 million out of the 2.5 million was for overtime that was incurred by the sheriff for all of the COVID-related activities that his office participated in, which are well known, obviously, on the social distancing and occupancy and travel quarantine checkpoints. The other 500,000 went towards purchasing laptops and towards installing plexiglass in our workstations. So on a reimbursement basis, those were the expenses.
And do you expect to get any more funding moving forward from the American Rescue Plan?
So overall, we don't expect to get any direct funding, but I think overall, as we all know, I mean, it really made the city's fiscal position more favorable, which allowed things that the agency can benefit from, such as, going from a 3-for-1 hiring policy to a 2-for-1. That's going to help us. And then the new needs, obviously, that were discussed here today. So we believe there will be an indirect benefit for sure.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we have any further councilmember questions. I do want to also thank you for the partnership, as Councilmember Adams described it, for working with us on the lien sale and your tenure now as the commissioner for DOF. I've appreciated our relationship, and I look forward to continuing to work with you in the next 7 or so months that we have left in the city council, for myself in particular. So
likewise,
thank you.
Chair, I appreciate it very much and look forward to working with you on all these important initiatives. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, very good. You know what? I don't think I announced all the people who had joined us. So let me just make sure that I had done that.
I think it's just Cornegie and Councilmember Darma Diaz who.
Okay, all right. I
hasn't.
think we did that too. All right, good. So we're going to take like about a 3-minute break and then roll right into the next portion of the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Really? I'm the co-host? That's so exciting.
Yes, Chair Rosenthal, you have an opening and everything.
Seriously, what? With apologies. Thank you.
I'm calling you. Please
Thank
mute yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is the Chief Sergeant at Arms. Be advised that we're still broadcasting live.
Okay, I think we're ready. Sergeants, we're good to go?
Chair, we're good to go.
We are, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning and welcome to the 7th day of hearings on the mayor's executive budget for fiscal 22. My name is Daniel Drum and I chair the finance committee. We previously heard from DOF and now we will hear from the Department of Information Technology. We are joined by the subcommittee on capital budget chaired by Councilmember Helen Rosenthal, the committee on technology chaired by Councilmember Holden, and the committee on land use chaired by Councilmember Salamanca. We are also joined by the following council members. Adams, Brooks, Powers, Dharma Diaz, Grodenchik, Lewis, Moya, Barron, Reverend Diaz, Riley, and Felice. I think I got everyone. And in the interest of time, I'm going to forego an opening statement and Chair Holden I'm going to now call on Chair Holden to make an opening statement, followed by Chair Rosenthal and Chair Salamanca.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chair Drum, for all your great work on the Finance Committee, the marathon hearings. Again, terrific work, and I applaud you. Welcome to the fiscal 2022 executive budget hearing for the Department of Information Technology and Telecommunications, known as DO-IT. I am Councilmember Robert Holden, Chair of the Committee on Technology. Today's hearing is joint with the Committee on Finance, the Committee on Land Use, and the Subcommittee on Capital Budget. I want to thank my fellow chairs, Council Members Drum, Salamanca, and Rosenthal for co-chairing today's hearing. The department's proposed fiscal 2022 expense budget totals $706.8 million, including $175 million in city funding to support 1,854 full-time positions. The budget also includes $531.8 million in other than personal services, of which $296 million is allocated to contractual services. Additionally, the Department fiscal year 2021 through 2025 capital commitment plans totals $1.1 billion. In the executive plan, DO-IT's fiscal 2021 budget totals $1.1 billion and is $430 million more than its fiscal 2022 budget. The net change is driven by recognizing additional non-city funding in the current fiscal year to cover COVID-19 expenses. At today's hearing, we hope to examine how DO-IT manages federal funding in response to the pandemic, including the vaccine rollout contracts, the 311 staff surge, and much more. We would also like to hear about the department's large-scale capital projects and get status updates on the many citywide tech projects the department is currently working on, in particular the IT infrastructure modernization project, Next Gen 911, and broadband initiative. Finally, we would like to hear a status update on the Link NYC franchise agreement. We look forward to working with DO-IT Commissioner Jesse Tisch to ensure that we are making the most efficient investment in technology for our city. In closing, I would like to thank the Technology Committee, the council staff for working on putting this hearing together, including Florentine Kapoor, John Russell, Irene Bahovsky, Charles Kim, and my Chief of Staff, Daniel Krazina. I will now turn it over to Council Members Rosenthal and Salamanca for their remarks. Thank you.
Just before we go there, let me say we've also been joined by Council Members Rivera, Lander, Koo, and our Minority Leader, Steve Matteo. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairs Drum and Holden. My name is Helen Rosenthal. I chair the subcommittee on the capital budget. The capital budget subcommittee has been focused on the efficiency and value of our capital investments. We've joined in today's budget hearing with DO-IT primarily because of our interests in the agency's central role in the city's procurement of digital infrastructure. DO-IT's executive capital commitment plan includes, from what we can see, 69 projects totaling more than $1 billion across fiscal years 21 to 25. Many of these projects, as mentioned by Chair Holden, will fall in the agency's IT modernization project, a large-scale multi-year effort to modernize critical infrastructures and applications. This is vital work, and it's important that we get it right. Unfortunately, the agency's projects are grouped within a large sum capital project budget line with very little detail, which makes it difficult to understand the scale of each project or how funding is divided across hardware, software, land acquisition, constructing physical structures, leasing cloud services, etc. We don't even know where much of the proposed physical infrastructure will be located, the expected pace of spending, or how different stages of each project will be sequenced. These details matter. When agency commissioners tell us that their technology systems are not up to par and therefore they cannot adequately meet the needs of New Yorkers, the public has a right to know where in the city's budget and when this agency will be able to meet the needs of all of our constituents. For that reason, the council can't conduct effective oversight without more fine-tuned information. I look forward to partnering with DoIT to learn more about their capital project flow and to ensure that all is well executed. Thank you, and I'll now turn it over to Chair Salamanca.
Thank you, Chair Rosenthal. In the interest of time, I will forego my opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Salamanca. Chair Drum. I believe you're on mute, Chair Drum.
Sorry about that. Just bear with me one moment. Thank you, co-chairs. We will now hear testimony from DoIT Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who is joined by several colleagues. Before we hear from DoIT, I will turn it over to the committee counsel to go over some procedural items and to swear in the witnesses.
Thank you, Chair Drum and the other chairs. My name is Noah Brick, and I'm counsel to the New York City Council Committee on Finance. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are recognized to speak, at which time you will be unmuted by the Zoom host. If you mute yourself after you have been unmuted, you will need to be unmuted again by the host. Please be aware that there could be a delay in muting and unmuting, so please be patient. During this portion of today's hearing, we will hear testimony from the Department of Information Technology. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask questions, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you will be called on to speak. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes, including responses. I will now administer the affirmation to the administration witnesses one time, and then we'll ask each witness to so affirm. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? Commissioner Tisch?
I do.
Ms. Gilbert?
I do.
Mr. Antonelli?
I do.
And Ms. Richard?
I do.
Thank you all. Commissioner Tisch, you may begin when ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairs Drum, Rosenthal, Salamanca, and Holden, and members of the City Council Committees on Finance, Land Use, and Technology, and the Subcommittee on Capital. My name is Jessica Tisch, and I am the Commissioner of the Department of Information Technology and Telecommunications and New York City's Chief Information Officer. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about DoIT's fiscal 2022 executive budget. With me is Janine Gilbert, DoIT's first Deputy Commissioner, Joseph Antonelli, our Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget, and Tanya Richard, our Deputy Commissioner of Legal Matters. Since my testimony a few weeks ago went deep into the COVID-related work of the agency and other strategic initiatives over the past year, I thought it made sense to use my prepared testimony today to bring the committees up to speed on new developments since last I appeared before the council. First, I am pleased to report that our program to install Wi-Fi in all shelters that serve families with children will be completed ahead of schedule. The initial target date for this ambitious program was August, but I'm pleased to report it will now be fully delivered in the month of June. Given the success of this program, we have also committed to taking on a new phase to focus on the approximately 30 shelters that serve families with children that already had Wi-Fi solutions installed prior to commencement of this program, and ensure that they have the same high-quality Wi-Fi that we have rolled out elsewhere. That work is commenced, and we are pushing hard to complete by September. Second, when last I testified before you, I reported that we were close to putting out a solicitation that will serve as the basis for the formation of a new set of information service franchise agreements, which will ultimately allow new franchisees to use the city's rights of way to build out their networks and provide broadband service throughout New York City. This was made possible by the Council's passage of Authorizing Resolution 1445A, which lifted constraints on our ability to promote, encourage, and attract companies to compete in the broadband space against the big cable providers. So let's break a little news here today. That solicitation is now out as of approximately 15 minutes ago. I am ecstatic about it, and I look forward to our continued collaboration with the council as we move forward. This solicitation invites companies that seek to provide low-cost broadband in New York City and others to enter the market and compete against the big three cable companies, which are currently, if not the only broadband game in town, certainly the vast majority of it. I think we all agree that the big three cable companies have not played that game fairly over the past decade, as New Yorkers can tell from their monthly broadband bills. Why do I think this will ultimately translate into lower broadband prices for New Yorkers, in particular in underserved parts of the city? Because for the first time ever, these new franchise agreements are being crafted with exactly that in mind. Franchise agreements have been structured to compensate the city at a rate of 5% of gross revenue, or, excuse me one second, based on the linear footage of the franchisee's plant installed. So in either model, franchisees end up paying the city roughly the same price for installation of fiber in the Manhattan core, where they make a lot of money on their investment in that fiber, as they do, for example, in Brownsville, where they make significantly less. Given that incentive structure, which profit-oriented company wouldn't focus their efforts on the Manhattan core? To increase competition in underserved areas of the city, this solicitation changes the model entirely. It contemplates counting only linear footage in Manhattan below 96th Street for a period of several years when determining compensation requirements. Further, the solicitation contemplates discounted compensation rates for franchisees with less than a specified number of linear feet of fiber in the city's rights of way to give small providers a leg up and encourage new entrants and more competition in the market. I look forward to keeping you posted as we move this ball aggressively forward. Third, last Friday, we noticed a franchise concession review committee hearing regarding a proposed Link NYC amendment. This council, and in particular, the leadership of the committees I am appearing before today, have pushed me hard to ensure the city gets repaid the money owed us and the city gets the digital equity value out of the program promised to New Yorkers in 2015 when the franchise was first established. I deeply appreciate the space, time, support, and guidance you have given us over the past year to get this done. And I believe the deal that we have put forward meets the clear objectives that you have set out. The initial deal that CityBridge struck with the city 6 years ago contained some wildly unrealistic assumptions. Most notably, the amount of revenue that the digital advertising associated with the Link NYC kiosks would bring in. Initially estimated at $3 billion over the life of the program, gross revenue has been a mere 10% of that halfway through the term of the 15-year franchise. Now, usually it wouldn't matter to the city that the franchisee isn't hauling in as much money as they expected to. The problem here is that these anticipated revenue projections drove the dollar values in the contract for how much CityBridge was required to pay the city each year. These are referred to as minimum annual guarantees. So if CityBridge's advertising revenue projections back in 2014 were off by a little, I'd call that a great deal for the city. The minimum annual guarantees would eat into City Bridge and its investors' profits, but not meaningfully affect the viability of the program. Unfortunately, because the projections in 2014 were off by a full order of magnitude, City Bridge's inability to bring in the anticipated revenue meant that the minimum annual guarantees City Bridge was on the hook to pay the city represented such a large proportion of their gross revenues from advertising sales that it left them with limited operating funds that were key to building out the kiosks and keeping the lights on, as they say. City Bridge was going under, and it could not afford to keep the Link NYC service running, let alone pay back the money owed to the city. So in 2018, after paying the city $70 million up to that point, City Bridge stopped paying the city the annual payments it owed under the terms of the franchise agreement. By March of 2020, City Bridge owed the city $60 million in overdue payments and had not built a single additional link in nearly a year. At that time, I committed before the council that I would take any and all necessary action against these multiple breaches of contract to collect the money the city is owed. And indeed, we were in the process of drawing up the default papers in March of last year when the pandemic hit and the city shut down. In my opinion, March and April 2020 were not the time for the links to go dark. The city had so many problems, it seemed unnecessary and frankly, unwise to gratuitously add to them. During the pandemic, we even leveraged the links for public health messaging. But even good partnership during a pandemic doesn't wipe away a $60 million debt and does not negate the lack of build out required by the franchise agreement. I believe my testimony to the council in March 2020 shook up City Bridge and their investors, and they came to us with a proposal that formed the basis of the amendment that has been put before the FCRC. So let me tell you about the amendment. The headline is that Link NYC will be re-envisioned as a key part of building out the city's 5G network, in addition to the program as we all have known it, as a replacement of the payphone and provider of free Wi-Fi. First, the city will be repaid 100% of what was owed us as of the time we started negotiating the amendment in earnest, March of 2020. Of the $60 million debt, the city will get $25 million immediately upon FCRC approval of the amendment, and the balance of $35 million split into annual payments over the remaining term of the franchise agreement. Second, this is only possible because we are fundamentally changing the model. The amendment contemplates leveraging the links to build out 5G in New York City. The concept here is that the carriers, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, Sprint, are desperate to build out their 5G networks by installing 5G radios and antennas throughout the city. But for 5G to work, the infrastructure needs to be more densely distributed than was required for 4G networks. This poses a challenge for the carriers. So the key concept of this amendment is that for the first time, we will be leveraging the links for installation of 5G radios and antennas. In order to make the links compatible with 5G technology, we will also be seeking approval from the Public Design Commission to increase the size of the links. Although taller links are necessary to transmit 5G signals, it's important to note that the advertising dimensions will not change or increase. This proposed new use of the Link NYC infrastructure has enabled City Bridge to attract a new strategic investor, Zenfi, which has put a $200 million capital investment into the program. This investment will allow City Bridge to continue build out of the links in New York City. Under the terms of this amendment, City Bridge will double the link footprint in New York City, going from approximately 2,000 links today to 4,000 links at full build out. The build out will guarantee the city an additional and more reliable revenue stream from the Link NYC kiosks, including an estimated $16 million for use of each Link kiosk for hosting 5G infrastructure. For its part, the city has agreed that on a go-forward basis, we will drop the minimum annual guarantees to a more realistic level so that they are closer to a normal and, more importantly, sustainable franchise model of 5% of gross revenue. These payments are projected to total $27 million over the remaining 9 years of the franchise term. Importantly, we have written provisions into the amendment to ensure that should advertising revenue increase dramatically over the term of the franchise agreement, the city will participate meaningfully in the upside. 8% of gross revenue between $100 and $200 million, plus an additional 50% of gross revenue above $200 million. That brings me to my third point, that this proposed amendment doubles down on the founding principle of the Link NYC program to promote digital equity. One of the most important components of this amendment is a requirement that 90% of the new links will be sited outside of the Manhattan core business district in Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island, and in Manhattan north of 96th Street. That means that these areas, in addition to getting the benefits of Link NYC as we know them today, will get massive 5G build-outs. We cannot repeat with 5G the mistakes of the broadband build-out of more than a decade ago, where the fiber and infrastructure was run profusely in Manhattan and much less so in the outer boroughs. That meaningfully contributed to the digital equity issues that this city and cities around the country have long struggled with, and that were so painfully brought to the fore during the pandemic. We must use 5G and the benefits of tying the 5G build-out with the Link NYC program as an element of our work to right this wrong and push forward digital equity as an engine of recovery. Because 5G is said to offer broadband-like speeds, its build out through underserved areas of the city couldn't be more important to help bridge the digital divide going forward. While this new strategy itself will not solve the digital divide, leveraging these well-placed assets will certainly be an important part of the larger 5G build-out. Now, in the interest of time, I will take the committees through our FY 2022 budget. DeWitt's fiscal 2022 executive budget provides for operating expenses of approximately $706.9 million, allocating $175 million in personnel services to support 1,854 full-time positions and $531.9 million for other than personnel services or OTPS. Intracity funds transferred from other agencies account for $139.9 million, or about 20% of our total budget allocation. Telecommunications costs represent the largest portion of the intracity expense, projected at $121.3 million for fiscal 2021. For fiscal year 2021, the expense budget appropriation increased by $248.9 million from the fiscal year 2022 January financial plan to the executive financial plan. The increase to the fiscal year 2021 executive budget is largely attributed to the funding that DeWitt has received for COVID and vaccine-related costs. For fiscal year 2022, the expense budget appropriation increased by $7.6 million from the fiscal year 2022 January financial plan to the executive financial plan. The increase to the fiscal year 2022 executive budget is largely attributed to the funding DeWitt has received for the extension of our IFA positions, lease cost adjustments, and for MOM's operating expenses. DeWitt's fiscal 2022 executive budget provides for a capital budget of $1.3 billion over the full fiscal year 2021 through fiscal year 2031 10-year plan window. The majority of the budget is in fiscal years 2021 and 2022, totaling $666.3 million over the two fiscal years. For fiscal years 2021 and 2022, the capital budget appropriation increased by $176.2 million from fiscal year's 2022 preliminary financial plan to the fiscal year 2022 executive financial plan. This increase to the combined fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 2022 budget is largely attributed to continued IT modernization initiatives, as well as the second year of the Microsoft Enterprise License Agreement. With that, I want to thank the committees for this opportunity to update you on DeWitt's important work, and I am now happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Good to see you again. Thank you for that very thorough testimony. Let me just start a little bit about the DeWitt Savings Program. So DeWitt's fiscal 22 executive budget totals $706.5 million, which is an increase of $6.2 million when compared to fiscal 21's adopted budget. The executive budget does not include any savings in fiscal 22. Can you tell us why the budget doesn't include any savings?
I'm going to defer to our Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget, Joseph Antonelli, who's going to answer that question in detail.
Hello. So for the executive budget, no additional savings were solicited by the Office of Management and Budget for us. So we didn't have any proposals for this particular budget cycle. However, we continue to work with OMB to identify savings and come up with programs as needed.
Somewhat unusual not to see some savings. Is there any area where you could identify savings?
Chair Drum, our savings, this agency's savings over the past several fiscal plans have been quite aggressive. And it was my feeling, given all of the modernization efforts underway, that it would have been inappropriate at this time to continue to cut from the agency's budget. And so that's why you see no savings for FY 2022. We had really been cut to the bone.
I would argue a little bit differently. I would say that, there's always a little bit of fat that could be trimmed. But anyway, I'm going to leave it there and let the other committee chairs respond to that. Maybe they know a little bit more than I do on this topic. Let me just talk a little bit about the vaccine rollout contracts. DeWitt's fiscal 21 budget includes additional federal funding of $100 million for the vaccine rollout. In your preliminary budget, you testified that DeWitt worked with the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene to replace its vaccine scheduling system. Additionally, your department has created an interactive site that helps residents find the closest vaccine provider to them. Can you talk about any challenges that you faced with the city's vaccine rollout?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Chair Drum. Vaccinations have become my passion and obsession, so I'm always happy to talk about them. So I was brought into the vaccination program in early January. And the first thing we did was we built a platform called Vax for NYC, which consolidated on one scheduling platform. In its first instance, all of the vaccination sites run by the Department of Health. That platform was built in 2.5 weeks. It was a very intense 2.5 weeks, and it went live. The following week, we announced that we were offering that platform as a service to all vaccine providers citywide. So meaning vaccine providers beyond New York City vaccination sites. To this day, on the Vax for NYC platform, we host over 100 sites, 100 vaccination sites, including all of the mass vaccination sites, all of the mobile, all of the pop-up, including dozens of different providers outside of New York City. So for example, certain hospital systems are leveraging the Vax for NYC platform. Certain pharmacies are leveraging it, independent providers. This platform is the single largest platform of any city or state in terms of consolidating in one place vaccination sites. We, to date, knock on wood, you can't see I'm knocking on wood, have not experienced any issues with load or the site crashing. Any problems that New Yorkers have experienced since this platform has been live have more to do with availability of vaccine rather than platform instability. I would also tell you, Chair Drum, the platform is much more than a website or a scheduling portal. It actually it's an end-to-end vaccine management system. So it manages all of the operations at the 100 different vaccination sites citywide, so that you make your appointment on the Vax for NYC public portal, but when you show up, the people working at the sites, the vaccinators, the flow monitors, site managers, they all have iPads, and those iPads have the clinic portal of the Vax for NYC platform, where they find your appointment, check you in, record your vaccination. The whole thing has run, and again, I'm knocking on wood, quite stably from a technology perspective, and I believe is a very important component of the fluidity that you see when you go to vaccination centers in New York City. Oh, I think you're on mute.
Thank you. Finally, just how are those vendors selected for the various sites?
Sure. So few different sites. I was just speaking about Vax for NYC, and so let me start there, and then I'll tell you about the vaccine finder and also the call center. So the Vax for NYC vendor was selected because they had initially built the platform that the Department of Health had built. So the Department of Health selected this vendor, which happens to be an MWBE, it's a company called MTX, to build the initial system. When we were brought in and realized that that platform had to be replaced based on the realities of the vaccination program, the only way we can do it in 2.5 weeks was by working with a vendor that understood all of the business requirements associated with the vaccination program. So that's how DoIT selected that vendor. The other platform that you were referencing earlier is our vaccine finder, which is built on the Esri platform. Esri is a data platform and a mapping platform. And the key thing that we wanted to be able to do was show New Yorkers all of the different sites citywide, whether they were on the Vax for NYC platform or any other program. And the mapping was central to it. So people could click on a map and see where all the vaccination sites near them were. And Esri is really the leader in that type of technology. So that was, for me, totally straightforward. That company had also built other COVID-related mapping tools that we had built and put out, I think, quite successfully, including the COVID zone finder, when the governor had created different red, orange, and yellow zones so that New Yorkers could go to that platform and look up whether they were in a COVID zone and what the different restrictions were. So the vaccine finder was really an extension of that great work that they had done. And finally, I think the third contract that you probably care about is the contract with that supports the Vax for NYC hotline. So importantly, we didn't want just to have the option for New Yorkers to schedule vaccination appointments online. We also have a call center, 877 Vax for NYC, where we reserved a lot of appointments for that call center so that people who didn't have access to an internet connected device or weren't as comfortable with it could call a call center and make an appointment. That vendor was selected because that vendor provides our 311 surge staffing. And because there was such a close relationship between 311 and the information that people call 311 about to request information about vaccinations and the Vax for NYC hotline, it made sense to do it as an extension of that with that vendor. Oh, I think you're on mute again, Chair Drum.
Yep, thank you. I need a technology expert to remind me of that. So
no, I'll come see you.
Thank you. I wanted to announce, hold on a moment, that we have been joined by council members Yeager, Ulrich, Valone, and Ampry Samuel. And I'm going to turn it back over to council to call on other council members. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Drum. I will see if Chair Salamanca is ready to ask his questions. Chair Salamanca?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes. How are you, Commissioner? Thank you very much.
thanks, Chair.
I will be brief here. Commissioner, at the May 6, 2021 hearing, in May 6, 2021, there was a letter that the Council Finance Division submitted, and there was a breakdown on Wi-Fi services in homeless shelters. Can you speak a little bit about where are we with Wi-Fi at homeless shelters and also Wi-Fi at NYCHA residents?
I can. Thank you very much, Chair, for that question. So I'm very pleased to report that our initiative to put Wi-Fi in shelters that serve families with children will be done 2 months ahead of schedule. It will be done in the month of June. As we discussed at the last hearing, we wanted to do this the right way. So not only did we put Wi-Fi in each of those approximately 200 shelters, we put it in each apartment in those shelters so that the people who live there didn't have to compete with one another for bandwidth. They all have their own Wi-Fi setup in each apartment, and that was really a very important principle for us. So we'll be done by the end of June. We've completed 189 shelters so far. We had been asked recently to start a new phase of this program, which we have committed to doing, where we're going to be adding 30 additional shelters. And let me explain to you what the difference between those shelters in phase 2 and phase 1 are. The shelters in phase 2, before we started this effort, previously had Wi-Fi installations. And when we were initially rolling this off, most of them said, you know what, we already have Wi-Fi, we'll pass, thanks so much, but you know, we have Wi-Fi. When they saw how successful this first round was in the 189 that have been completed to have individual in apartment Wi-Fi, they came back around and asked to be completed in that program. So obviously we're taking that on. It started already. And my great hope is that the Wi-Fi in those shelters will be replaced with the Wi-Fi that we had rolled out in the others, meaning the in apartment model, before next school year.
Okay.
And then I think you asked about NYCHA.
Yes, but before you answer the question on NYCHA, I want to ask some budget questions about the cost of these Wi-Fis. Who's picking up the cost, the monthly cost for the Wi-Fi for these clients?
The city is.
Yeah. And that cost is being added to the non-for-profits who are running that
No.
that shelter?
No, let me explain. That budget was put into to do its budget. So we managed the installation and the costs associated with the installation, which like probably TMI, but massive construction build out, because a lot of these shelters didn't have the physical infrastructure in place for us to run the cable through into each apartment. So in the 189 shelters, and the reason that I'm just so excited that we're as far along as we are, we had to do big construction. So we got 13.9 million in our budget for that construction. And then in 21, $2.6 million for the recurring costs, you know, to pay the bills, and 2.7 million in FY23. But that's in my budget, not in the shelter providers' budgets. We paid for it.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to be clear because many times the DHS may require the provider to provide additional services, and there's no additional funding attached to that contract. So they're kind of like shortchanging them, and I wanted to make sure that the providers don't get shortchanged here. Thank you, Commissioner. Can you talk a little bit about what's the status of Wi-Fi for these NYCHA developments?
So for that program to run Wi-Fi in NYCHA is being managed by one of my colleagues, the city's chief technology officer. So that's not managed under me at Do It Proper. So what I can do for that is put you in touch with John Paul Farmer, who's really overseeing that initiative. I think the thinking there was divide and conquer. So I did the shelters, and chief technology officer is working on the NYCHA rollout.
All right, and this chief technology officer reports to you?
No.
Who do they report to?
It's the mayor's office of the chief technology officer. So they work out of City Hall.
So the technology department for the mayor's office is responsible for Wi-Fi at NYCHA developments, opposed to it being under DOI's responsibility?
That is correct.
Doesn't make sense. It should be all under your responsibility. You're the technology guru in the city of New York, you know? I just don't understand how the administration operates, you know? I mentioned before, like, I really don't understand why the media, right, that gives out permits is under IT, is under Do It, when it should be the opposite way around. All right, I'll leave it at that. My other question, can you give us a status update on the potential new providers for the city broadband franchise agreements, which I know we worked really close together on it, and I'm excited that we're opening it up, opposed to just 3 providers now. There's going to be many more. Where are we with that? When can New Yorkers start picking a new provider opposed to the 3 that we currently have?
Thank you very much for that question, Chair Salamanca. As you know, we worked very closely together on the authorizing resolution that would allow Do It to put out a new information services franchise agreements, put in place new information services franchise agreements. When you hear information services, just like read broadband. So the idea was that we want to be able to bring more entrants into the broadband market in New York City. The idea being, if we increase the number of players in the market, we increase competition, costs go down. We've already seen that with the cable providers. When an area gets FiOS, the Charter or the Altice costs come down. All right, so we know that competition works. So today, we released the solicitations to invite new entrants into the market to put in place franchise agreements with us. So we expect that in a few weeks, we are going to get proposals back. These things have to go through the FCRC. So I would say that you could reasonably expect, it's aggressive, but I'm an aggressive person, that you could reasonably expect that in 6 months or so, that we would have the first of our new information services franchise agreements in place, which means for New Yorkers, like the first new entrant into the market. And I just want to explain that these new information service franchise agreements that we're putting in place are written in a way to incentivize low-cost providers to come into the market. And second, to incentivize build out of the broadband infrastructure outside of the Manhattan core. And the way we're thinking about that is, normally in a franchise agreement, you charge like per foot of fiber plant that the carrier has installed like under the ground. Here, we're thinking about not charging them for a period of several years for any plant, any fiber built in Manhattan above 96th Street or in any of the outer boroughs. And so that, I hope, among other things, will incentivize new entrants into the market to build where the digital divide is the most profound.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank
If
you.
you could just follow up with the Chief Technology Officer from the Mayor's office, I would really like to sit and get an understanding of how this rollout for Wi-Fi and NYCHA developments is actually happening.
I sure will.
Thank you. And with that, thank you, Chair Drum.
Thank you, Chair Salamanca. Chair Holden, would you like to ask your questions?
Yes, and thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Nice to see you again. Hopefully one day soon we'll see each other in person.
I'm here.
Yeah, and so let me ask a few questions on my favorite subject, Link NYC. Currently, City Bridge owns $60 million in franchise fees, according to the deal you have described in your testimony. Zenfi will invest $200 million. So why would a company be willing to invest more than 3 times their debt instead of paying off their initial debt?
Oh, so what you're asking what the value in it is for Zenfi?
Right.
Okay. So we have multiple types of franchise agreements at Do It. One is the Link NYC franchise agreement held by City Bridge. Another type of franchise agreement is our mobile telecom franchise agreements, where we have franchisees who install for the carriers radios and antennas for telecom networks. So 4G networks, 5G networks for Verizon, T-Mobile, Sprint, AT&T. The carriers are now very eager to roll out 5G in cities across the world, and in particular in New York City, because we're the biggest and best city. And so what happens is the carriers pay the mobile telecom franchisees to install their radios and antennas on different assets. Some of them are city-owned assets. Historically, the main city-owned asset that has been available has been the street pole, so street lights. And so we have started the 5G rollout where the mobile telecom franchisees are putting the radios and antennas on for 5G on New York City street poles. What this amendment is doing is it's saying, all right, we have another asset that we can use to leverage the build out of 5G in New York City, which we all, I think, agree is going to be a key driver of the recovery of this city, in particular, if we can do it in areas that suffer most from the digital divide. So to get to the answer to your question, Zenfi, I believe, is interested in coming in because they put up the radios and antennas that support 5G. And now they will be able to do it on a new city-owned asset, which is the Link NYC kiosks. So this, I call them a strategic investor because moving this deal from just the normal Link that you know, the replacement of the payphone and the Wi-Fi network, to re-envisioning it with 5G, that made Zenfi interested in coming in.
All right, let's move on to those, to the kiosks. There's currently, what, almost 2,000 kiosks? Yes. And in your current negotiation with City Bridge, you stated that there will be a total of 4,000 kiosks to be built by 2030. However, the initial agreement was for 7,000 kiosks, right?
7,500, yeah.
So why is there a discrepancy in proposed new deal relative to the initial one? And how does reducing Link NYC requirements from 7,000 structures to 4,000 help expand in any form of broadband coverage to communities?
Okay.
You know? I mean, wouldn't 7,000 be better if we're trying to expand?
Absolutely. Well, let me answer the question like on its head. What this amendment does is it makes the Link NYC franchise model for the first time in the program's 6 years of existence viable. the initial deal that City Bridge struck with New York City was unrealistic. I mean, I guess you can say hindsight is always 2020, but based on the costs for City Bridge to run the program, the cost of the installation, and the payments that they owed the city, where again, they projected $3 billion in revenue, and they only made halfway through the term 10% of that. I wanted an amendment that was viable, that made Link NYC a going concern. So I'm not back testifying in front of the council in 6 months saying, oh, we need another amendment. It's not going to work. We need to give in this way. So to make this viable, especially given the capital costs associated with the build out, I thought it was better to reduce the total requirement to 4,000. That's not to say they can't go above the 4,000 if the business works. I saw value in having the Link NYC program proceed forward rather than having the links go dark. And that really drove the decision making in this program. Better to have 4,000 links that work than require 7,500 and have no links in the city of New York.
All right, but still 7,000, I think if this is a profitable enterprise for these companies, and City Bridge, by the way, their parent company is Google, am I correct?
No, their parent company isn't Google. Alphabet is one of the investors in a consortium. So they have been one of City Bridge's investors.
So Google's not connected with City Bridge whatsoever.
They are an investor. They're not City Bridge's parent company.
Yeah. All right. So, all right, let me just get to I mean, I don't know if I should feel sorry for this company, but anyway, we understand that old kiosks, the old kiosks will be replaced with new ones. You said they're going to be taller to accommodate the 5G equipment. Would the kiosks be equipped with better surveillance cameras, microphones, and other sensors? And would the Wi-Fi routers be updated? And what distance would they cover? And again, the kiosks, because I know you said it much larger. It's almost like they're 3 stories high now. If you said they're 32 feet, right?
So the kiosks will be the height of New York City street poles. But importantly, the size of the advertising, the digital advertising piece of them is not contemplated to grow or change. The reason that they need to be taller is because for 5G to work, the radios and the antennas have to be mounted high in the air, much higher in the air than was required for 4G. So those 5G requirements to build out the 5G networks in New York City to get at this digital divide drove the height requirements for the new kiosks.
But let's talk about the new ones, the 32 feet kiosk and antenna or whatever. I'm interested to see how these things would look. First of all, I know you're still working on that.
Absolutely, and that will be part of a public process. Right. So whatever moves forward has to be approved by the Public Design Commission, and that process includes a community process. So it will get mock-ups will be sent to all the community boards, to every council member. That is baked into what would be this next phase if the FCRC approves this for this program.
And I hope that either the community boards or in connection with the council offices would have something to say about where they're located, because we only have a few hundred in Queens, I believe.
Yep.
All of Queens and the other boroughs except Manhattan, which got the lion's share, and that's a problem. But I know you said that the 2,000 or so are going to go in the outer boroughs, so to speak. But again, the location is very, very important. For instance, in my district, they're on the very edges, north and south, not in between. and it's not ideal locations. But aside from that, but they will have better surveillance cameras and so forth, and upgraded equipment. Is that
So
true?
I don't believe that it is contemplated for any change to the cameras. Certainly, there are no changes to the privacy policy, which is in place and governs a lot of the Link NYC program. The real big change that is contemplated here is just leveraging the links to support and complement the 5G rollout across New York City.
Okay. Just a couple more questions on Link. And has Link NYC ever met its financial commitment to the city during their contract?
Yeah, so they did up until August 2018. So they had been paying the city the minimum annual guarantees that they owe the city. Through August 2018, they paid about $70 million, and then it stopped. And so the $60 million is what they owe us from the time they stopped paying in August 2018 until March 2020, when we started negotiating this amendment that is pending before the FCRC in earnest. So they have paid $70 million in MAG. They now have a $60 million debt. The reason that the debt, the $60 million, was accrued so quickly is because in the initial deal they struck with the city, the schedule for the minimum annual guarantees went up dramatically each year, from something like $20 million in year 1 to, by year 15, like $70 million a year, like totally unrealistic given the amount of gross revenue that company is bringing in. I also want to say one more thing, just to be perfectly clear on this, and I should have included in my testimony. The city has not shelled out a cent for the Link NYC program. We don't pay for the kiosks. We don't pay to maintain them. We don't pay to remove the old payphones. That is all done by CityBridge. All the costs for this program, except for mine and my franchise team's time, are borne by the franchisee. So it's not like we lost or are spending money on it. The thing that I was concerned about in the event of default was to keep the lights on. The city most likely would have had to pay someone, another vendor, to keep the lights on the links. And that would have marked the first time that the city would have been shelling out money for the Link NYC program, which I wanted to avoid.
My team was doing the math, and maybe I just wanted to just check on this math. They say the difference between the original CityBridge contract and the current restructured one adds up to about $500 million over the term of the contract. Is that kind of correct? That the difference of this contract?
Well, let me explain why that is somewhat more complicated than I would like the answer to be. So the minimum annual guarantees are certainly decreased, right? It's $3 million a year, but we also get 8% of revenue at any gross revenue amount between $100 and $200 million, right? And we get 50% of gross revenue at any gross revenue above $200 million. So if for some reason, like if CityBridge brings in $400 million, that means we're getting $100 million, right? Over the next term. So I didn't want to sit here in my testimony and spout out like numbers that were totally speculative, meaning like give you the impression that like this was money like definitely coming into the bank. But if this model works, the city will make a lot of money out of this franchise agreement. And in the current model, cities making nothing because the provider, the franchisee, is broke
All right, but there were many other companies that bid on the contract, or the original contract, right? Am I correct?
I was not around at Do It then. It is possible. I'll have to get back to you on how
No,
many.
that's the way that's the way it worked. I mean, yeah, but if Link NYC cannot uphold its financial obligations to the city, why would, I'm interested to see, why didn't the city consider another company to provide the service and take it over, rather than just stay with Link NYC? I'm just curious about that.
I believe that there would have been no other vendor. I'm pretty sure that it would have been difficult for another vendor, very hard sell, an impossible sell for another vendor to take on the commitments made by City Bridge in the initial franchise agreement with the city. At the end of this franchise term, can we and will we bid this out? Absolutely. We can see if other providers want to come in. This was, in my mind, the best way to save the program and the most sure way to save the program and reap the digital equity value that was promised to New Yorkers in 2015 when the franchise agreement first went into place.
Okay, so if I may, Chair Drum, just a few more questions on the privacy policies of these kiosks, and then I'll turn it back to you, Chair. With the privacy policy in terms of of service change in these kiosks, and I want to talk about what data could be collected from the users, and would the data be available for the company to use or to make money off of it? So this is what we have to know about it before, going forward. That's got to be spelled out initially. Do you have any information on that?
I do. So the privacy policy for the Link NYC program will not change. The cameras don't go directly into the NYPD's domain awareness system. The company cannot monetize customer data. This amendment contemplates absolutely no change to, I think, the very strong privacy policy that was put in place for this program. And another thing for you to note, to ensure that City Bridge is sticking by and adhering to the strong privacy policy that has governed this program since 2015, or since its inception, we are undertaking a privacy audit to make sure that the vendor is keeping to the policy. And I look forward, once that really gets underway, to briefing the council on our progress there.
All right, I just want to, forgot to touch upon NextGen 911. The city equipment capital plan includes additional funding of $193 million for a technology refresh for the next Gen 911. Can you give us a status update of this project? And do you still anticipate that the project will be completed by 2024?
I sure do anticipate that the project will be completed by 2024. There are a number of phases associated with the project and the build out. And the first phase, which is the design phase, was supposed to be complete on May 27th, and it will be complete on May 27th. So we hit our first important milestone. Additionally, all of the equipment for class 1, 2, and 3, basically all of the equipment, is either ordered or about to be ordered, and all is expected into the city on time by the end of this year so that we can put it in our staging environment. Things are going really well with NextGen 911, and I am so proud of our public safety team at Do It, who have just done like the most extraordinary job so far of managing the vendor and keeping this very important program on track.
So the current budget is sufficient to complete the project, you're saying?
Yes, there were no
Okay.
new needs in this financial plan associated with NextGen 911.
All right, I just want to follow up on the text to 911, which, I applaud you on, and that was a terrific on-time project. It's wonderful. Previously, your agency mentioned that only Sprint customers could send pictures, video, and audio material through text to 911. T-Mobile has informed me that they do not support the ability to send multimedia to 911. Since Sprint merged with T-Mobile recently, the Sprint customers moved to T-Mobile. Does this mean that there is currently no multimedia support for text to 911?
So, you are correct. Currently, the only carrier that can support picture messages to 911 is Sprint. That has not changed despite their merger with T-Mobile. So, two types of text to 911. We have the current interim text to 911 solution that thousands of New Yorkers have used productively, that we worked very closely with the deaf and hard of hearing community on, and survivors of domestic violence. That's up and running, no issue. That is based on analog technology. For the interim solution, the only carrier that supports picture messaging is Sprint. When we move to NextGen 911, all the carriers are able to support it. But I agree with you that the other carriers, certainly Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, need to be able to support picture messaging to 911 before we get to NextGen 911. It's not just New York City who's in this boat. There are dozens of cities who have the same technology in place, who are working to build out NextGen 911, but in the interim want to be able to support picture messaging. That is why I recently sent a letter to the new chair of the FCC in collaboration with the NYPD, the advocates for the deaf and hard of hearing community, the mayor's office of people with disabilities. We sent a joint letter to the chair of the FCC to ask the chair to require that the carriers support picture MMS messaging ahead of NextGen 911. And so I will keep you posted on how we're doing with that, but that letter did go out.
That's very, very important. Thank you so much, Commissioner. I think this will be my last question. Since text to 911 became available to New Yorkers, and again, it was terrific, have you engaged in any campaigns to inform the public about this new capability? And can you tell us about the efforts and how much money was spent on the campaign? If there wasn't.
Sure. I don't have the dollar value in front of me right now. We did a somewhat limited campaign that was targeted at the people who would most or the communities that would most benefit from text to 911. So we worked with the Mayor's Office of People with Disabilities and the deaf and hard of hearing advocates to launch a targeted campaign focused on that community. And we also did targeted outreach efforts to the community of survivors of domestic violence, palm cards, and all of that. I agree, if this is where you're going, that we can now up the ante a little bit and do broader outreach and messaging around text to 911.
Yeah, I think I told you about the officer, the domestic violence officer, police officer in my local precinct, who was saying that text to 911 has been a godsend for domestic violence victims. In fact, he was telling of an incident where the woman did a text to 911 and the cops, visited the location within minutes and saved the woman, obviously. And the husband was very, very surprised. And this is exactly why text to 911 works. and should be expanded, obviously, at least in the ad campaigns. But thank you very much, Chair Drum, and I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Council-
Chair Holden. Oh,
Mhm.
Chair Drum, I think we have questions from Chair Rosenthal.
You want to call them, Council?
Yes,
Okay.
Chair Rosenthal.
Thank you so much.
Good time will begin.
Thank you to all the chairs and Commissioner. Always great to see you. I guess I want to start with the links. I understand they're taller. I understand they're going to get the same amount of advertising space. Could we use the extra space for public education campaigns? And what I'm thinking about is, you know, DOH is talking about creating a public health corps who my guess would want to use the space. What we just talked about with Councilmember Holden, you know, getting the word out about text 911. Although I also have a question about that as to whether or not that's been, is that capacity, you know, whether it's at capacity or it's okay if more calls came in. So those two things first.
Great. So on the links, I'm sorry I neglected to mention this in my testimony. It was a real oversight. The answer to your question about public messaging is absolutely and emphatically yes. So part of the deal, part of the amendment that we struck took the free advertising that the city gets as part of the Link NYC franchise agreement from 5% to 25%, which means that we will have meaningfully more free digital advertising.
Oh, that's great. Got it.
associated with
And
the
who is it that chooses where and when?
Where and when what
Something go and what goes up on Link for public?
You know, I have to get you a precise answer to that question. I don't want to
Great,
make
great. Look forward to it. I want to get back to something that Councilmember Salamanca brought up, where the Chief Technology Officer is managing the wireless expansion, access expansion.
NYCHA, yeah.
Oh, for NYCHA. So obviously, but just to confirm, you're working in coordination with the CTO?
We work collaboratively, yes.
Is there a reason, what is the functional reason for your office and him to work collaboratively? I'm trying to discern why. It just sounds, to Salamanca's point, sounds a little bizarre, trying to figure it out.
That was a structure that was put in place before
Yeah, but does it, I get that, but you can change things. Does it work for you? Does it work for the city of New York?
I think that the work that the Chief Technology Officer, that the Office of the Chief Technology Officer has done in terms of putting out the Internet Master Plan, which contains a lot of very important information about where specifically the digital divide is, and sets out an overall approach to how the city is going to tackle it, is very important work.
Okay, I heard what I didn't hear. So I am not sure if Councilmember Salamanca asked this last question, so I just want to get it on the record. Could you provide a status update on the project and the timeline for completion? Or are you going to kick me over to the CTO?
On which project?
The
NYCHA?
Yeah.
I'm going to put you in touch with the CTO's office and they can provide a full update on it.
Okay. Gosh, just to answer questions that, may I recommend to City Hall, who's listening to this, that it would be amazing if the commissioner could be aided by having the CTO available to answer some of these questions, given that the CTO is integral to implementing technology. So perhaps that can be done even before the end of this hearing. Real quickly, can you send over to our office separating out the capital project lines? It's sort of meaningless to the public when a line says 254 million for electronic data processing projects, 115 million. I mean, I get how you might have to slice and dice it a certain way for one audience, but for the public's perspective, we would really like transparency.
Noted and agreed. And what I can get you is an itemized breakdown by, network, storage, like all the different certificates to proceed that we are working on that will give you exactly what you are looking for, because it's very difficult also for me just looking at that.
Of course. But the specific categories, and staff will reach out to your staff, that I'm seeing are hardware, software, physical structures, land, cloud service.
You'll get
great.
Detailed breakdown of it.
Great. So lastly, on the IT modernization initiative, similarly, could we get some transparency around the 100 million?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about.
Okay.
Would you like me to speak to it now a little bit?
No, definitely not. I see my colleagues have their hands up. In terms of, for each of those as well, we're looking for specific locations for the physical.
You'll get it.
And the timeline.
Yep.
For the overhaul, sort of like strategic mapping, over time.
I have it. Yep.
Okay, great. And then Councilmember Drum started to talk about this, the efficiencies that would be created from a project like this. My guess does not show up in DeWitt's budget. They would in fact show up in the budgets of those agencies that are getting these modernizations.
Yes.
Could your office, in its detailing, in its transparency, include a column that at least indicates to us, if you don't know the expected savings, although it'd be great if you could know the expected savings, but sort of, which agency should benefit. And if you don't know exact numbers, ranges are fine. 0 to 1 million, 1 to 10, 10 to 100. I don't know.
Yep.
That would be very helpful. Thank you so much, Commissioner, and thank you, chairs.
Thank you. We have, let me find the script. If any council members have questions for DeWitt, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you will be added to the queue. Council members, please keep your questions to 5 minutes, including answers. Please wait for the Sergeant at Arms to tell you when your time begins. The Sergeant will then let you know when your time is up. We will now hear from Councilmember Adams, followed by Councilmember Lewis.
Good time, we'll begin.
Thank you so much to our co-chairs who are doing a phenomenal job as always during this hearing. Commissioner, it's good to see you. Thank you for your testimony so far. My questions are going to be brief. I'm first going to mirror the request by Council members Salamanca and Rosenthal with regard to the NYCHA information and Wi-Fi. Representation of District 28 and Jamaica, South Jamaica houses and Baisley houses representation there. It's very interesting because I had an extreme information forum for my constituents in Rochdale Village. Over 1,200 people registered for a forum that I officiated last night. And one of the questions that came up in the forum had to do with Link NYC. And my response after hearing your testimony today was totally not sufficient because there is a whole picture, whole scenario, and a whole drama that, that's gone on around Link NYC. So I guess I'll just put in a pitch. for my constituents because I don't know what the plans are. I'm really, really glad to hear that the digital divide will be closed and that the inequities have been seen brightly through this pandemic. And we know that the outer boroughs have always been left behind in New York City. So I'm really, really thankful to hear that the outer boroughs will be represented. So I'm going to put in a pitch because I don't know, again, what the plans are for the provision of the service for Link NYC. My constituents in Rochdale Village are requesting that the perimeter around the Rochdale Village area should have Link NYC provided at all of the major bus stops around that perimeter in District 28 in that area. So that said, is there any commitment so far for placement of Link NYC in Queens? So do we know the areas? If so, I'd love to hear it, and I'd love to hear that my district is a part of that.
Okay, so first, I look forward to working with you to roll out new links in your district. I want to be really clear about that. So of the 2,000 additional links, we picked, there are a number of community districts where 750, let's say, of them have to be placed. Those community districts were selected based on 1, lack of broadband options, 2, lower median annual income, 3, lack of Link NYC kiosks, and 4, high levels of pedestrian street traffic. So I can get you a list of those community districts in Queens. I know the ones I have here are Rockaway, Jamaica, and Hollis, but I will get you the full list. There is a balance though of over 1,000 additional links that we can work with you to.
Great.
Obviously not all of them, 1,000 in your district, but there is flexibility built in for that reason. Generally, we cite links, or in the past, we have cited links where old payphones have been. So where the payphones have been removed from. So any of those locations is a potential Link NYC location. If we want to use a location that was not a former payphone location, we can still do that, but there is more of a process towards doing it. But either way, look forward to working with you on it.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I'm so glad that you brought up the payphones because my constituents at Rochdale actually brought the payphones up also and said, where's our replacement? We were promised, we were promised Link NYC. So we'll continue our dialogue on that. Thank you so much. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you, Council Member. We next have a question from Council Member Lewis.
Your time will begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair Drum, for the opportunity to ask a few questions. And Commissioner Tisch, I just want to start off by thanking you for your leadership and for your team providing all the support that they did to our district during the pandemic. 2 quick questions. The first one is regarding the City Bridge program that you referenced earlier. I wanted to know, how does DoIT plan to use the $70 million recouped from City Bridge to address the digital divide in Black and Brown communities, such as maybe possibly providing internet-ready laptops for public school students? So that's the first one. And the second one is regarding what DoIT is thinking about, or what progress is being done with community outreach for the proposed 5G pole tap design installation.
Okay, so Councilmember Lewis, to answer the first question, I think it's a great idea to use the revenue that comes in from the Link NYC amendment to address digital divide, digital literacy, all that stuff. I'd be happy to facilitate a meeting with you and the Office of Management and Budget. They really decide where the revenues that come in from franchise agreements go. The second question on the community outreach related to 5G is a great one. So we started the community outreach process when we were working on the installations that would go on city street poles. So the 5G radios and antennas there. So as part of that effort, we noticed the design and what we were planning to do to every community board, and I believe every council member. Now that we're layering this Link NYC program in, I think it makes sense to go back to the community on another tour around and explain the overall picture, because it has evolved since we initially described it. I think you're on mute.
Sorry. Thank you for that. And look for, if you guys do another iteration, I know all my colleagues that are on here would appreciate it, and so would be at in Council District 45. And last quick question, in the proposed FY22 budget, can you share with us if there's any funds allocated to educate and inform predominantly underserved communities about the installation of the Link NYC kiosk? So I know you mentioned earlier the outreach efforts that you will put in place, but is there any funds for marketing campaigns about that?
No specific funds for that in this budget.
Thank you.
Just before we move on, let me say that we have been joined by council members Cabrera, Dinowitz, Koo, Miller, and Barron. And council member Norma Diaz has a question, and then we're going to end there, and then we'll move into parks.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz.
Yes, I want to first thank you, Councilman Drum. You're fierce. I don't know how you're holding up. It's been a tough couple of days, but you're on point. I want to thank you for being on it. And so a couple of my questions have been answered about NYCHA and also the shelters. I want to thank the commissioner for speaking truth to power. Before coming on the council, I worked for the shelter system. My provider was a non-contractor site, and often we didn't get the fair share. As I was waiting, I did call back to the provider, and it was pleasing for me to hear that they were up and running. So thank you for your testimony. I put it to the test, so I thank you. I would like moving forward for the conversation, after today's conversation, in reference to Bronxville and the equity. I share the 37th Councilmatic District, which is Bronxville with the LICA, and I really like to know what your next steps are. Those are my questions, and thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't think I fully understood the question.
No, the question was just, you mentioned Bronxville.
Yeah.
And the lack of equity.
Yeah.
Right, so because I don't want to take up more time here today, so I'm asking the report that you're going to share with my colleagues as in reference to NYCHA units to also share with me when it comes to Bronxville.
Got it.
Thank you.
10-4.
Well, actually, that'll give me an opportunity to ask my last question. Thank you, Councilmember Diaz. Thank you for your kind words also. CSIS, I used to be a teacher, New York City Department of Education teacher. We're supposed to be phasing out CSIS. Can you give me an update on what's going on with the old CSIS system?
I'm embarrassed I can't, but I will follow up with you on it. I like to be able to answer all of the questions here. I can't answer that one. I'm so sorry.
Well, it's okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner, for your honesty. And, it was something the DOE never wanted to leave. And fortunately, now I believe we are leaving it. And I'll follow up with some written questions about that with you.
Please. Thank you.
All right. So let me say now, thank you again for coming in. We appreciate your testimony. And this will conclude this portion of today's hearing. We'll now take we're already way past noon. And we're going to move it right into our next session. So thank you again, Commissioner, and let's move into parks if everybody is ready. Okay, great. I see Commissioner is here. And our Chair, Peter Koo, is here.
Yes, I think we're ready to go.
Okay, good. So good afternoon and welcome to the 7th day of hearings on the Mayor's Executive Budget for fiscal 2022. My name is Daniel Drum and I chair the Finance Committee. We previously heard from DeWitt and now we'll hear from the Department of Parks and Recreation. We are joined by the Committee on Parks and Recreation Chairperson, Peter Koo. In the interest of time, I will forego an opening statement and ask Chair Koo to make his opening statement.
Hi, Chair Drum, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good. It has been a long day, yeah, for you especially. Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm Peter Koo, Chair of the Parks and Recreation Committee. I want to thank my co-chair, Councilmember Daniel Drum, and the members of the Committee on Finance and the Committee on Parks and Recreation for holding this virtual hearing today. I also like to welcome all of our parks advocates and supporters who are watching today's live stream. The Department of Parks and Recreation fiscal 2022 executive budget totals $587.6 million, which represent an $84 million increase when compared to fiscal 2021. Adopted budget amounts of $503.1 million. While this is a big improvement, the total amount still represents less than 1% of the city's executive budget of $98.6 billion. The major contributor to the increase in the agency's fiscal 2022 budget is the addition of $41.9 million in federal funding for the city's cleanup corps initiative that will support 2,500 full-time park staff to clean and beautify public spaces throughout the city. With the number of park visitors at an all-time high, this is great news for our city parks. However, my big concern is how the city will fund maintenance services and cleanup for our local parks after fiscal 2022 when this federal funding is gone. The fiscal 2022 executive budget includes new needs of $9.8 million and adjustment of $45.1 million in fiscal 2022, and not propose any new savings for the Department of Parks. Parks in fiscal 2022 executive capital commitment plan totals $5.7 billion in fiscal years 2020 through 2024, with $848 million in fiscal 2020. This represents approximately 6.1% of the city's total $93 billion capital budget for 2021 through 2025 and reflects an increase of $739 million or 14.8% from the $5 billion scheduled in the preliminary commitment plan. Unfortunately, the fiscal 2022 executive plan does not directly address any of the priorities of the council included in its preliminary budget response. The council called for the restoration and baselining of the following parks services: $20 million for 300 maintenance workers, $3 million for 50 urban park rangers, $6 million for 80 parks enforcement pet patrol officers, pet officers, $3.4 million for 15 green thumb staff and materials for community gardeners, and $4.5 million for our natural forests and trails, and $2 million for tree stump removal. As always, the council will make every effort to include this funding at adoption. However, it is critical for all to understand that no matter how much funding is included in the past budget, it will never be enough if we do not do our part to clean up after ourselves and to respect our public spaces. We got through this past year thanks to a lot of help from our dedicated workers and workers doing the part. Parks were critical to getting New Yorkers through the pandemic and are key to our city's recovery as we take steps to reopen. We need to keep in mind the importance of our green spaces and all the great benefits our parks provide us with. And that is why I hope we will be able to restore and baseline the essential funding for Department of Parks. Thank you so much to my committee team, Monica, Chima, Chris, Patrick, Walter, Frank, Rose, Nick, and to my own Chief of Staff, Elaine, for their efforts in preparing for today's hearing. I will now turn it back over to Chair Drum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Koo. I also want to just take this time to thank you for being such a good friend and colleague. We've been together for 12 years in the City Council, and I really appreciate all that you've done, particularly around the parks issue.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are we going to move to the next? Any other statement from the council member at this point?
No, but if you want to toss it to me to
What I'd like
swear
to do,
in.
yes, what I'd like to do now is to just announce the other council members who are here: Ampry Samuels, Adams, Barron, Brooks Powers, Cabrera, Darma Diaz, Dinowitz, Jonai, Grodenchik, Levine, Lewis, Miller, Moya, Riley, Rivera, Malone, and Rosenthal. And I just want to, before Commissioner Silver begins, thank you, Commissioner Silver, for your service to the city, your dedication to our parks. All of the improvements that you've made are noticed and appreciated. And I want to thank you for everything that you've done for our city. Thank you again, Commissioner Silver. And let me also give a shout out to Matt Drury, who has also been very responsive to our needs. And I really deeply appreciate you getting back to my staff very quickly all the time. And I know we pester you, but thank you very much for all that you've done. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to to our council to swear in the commissioner and the members of the Department of Parks who are here.
Thank you, Chair Drum. My name is Noah Brick, and I'm counsel to the New York City Council Committee on Finance. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are recognized to speak, at which time you will be unmuted by the Zoom host. If you mute yourself after you've been unmuted, you will need to be unmuted again by the host. Please be aware that there could be a delay in muting and unmuting, so please be patient. During this portion of today's hearing, we will hear testimony from the Department of Parks and Recreation. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask questions, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you will be called on to speak. We will be limiting council member questions of 5 minutes, including responses. I will now administer the affirmation to the administration witnesses one time and then ask each witness to so affirm. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? Commissioner Silver?
I do.
Mr. Wang? Sorry, Miss Wang. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, it's all right. Sorry, I had working. I do.
Thank you. Mr. Foch?
I do.
Mr. Drury? Can we mute Mr. Drury? Oh, I saw you mouth it.
I did.
It counts. Mr. Biederman? Can we unmute Mr. Sam Biederman? I'll count it. Miss Braddock? Sorry.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Kavanaugh? I apologize for the delay with the unmuting. Mr. Liam Kavanaugh, can we unmute him? Here we go.
Yes.
Miss Nelson?
I do.
And finally, Mr. Stark.
I also do.
Thank you all. Commissioner Silver, you may begin when ready.
Well, thank you. First, Chair Drum, thank you so much for those remarks. Good afternoon, Chairs Drum and Koo, members of the Finance and Parks Committee, and other members of the City Council. I'm Mitchell Silver, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation, and I'm joined virtually here today by a number of senior staff, including First Deputy Commissioner Liam Kavanaugh and several other Deputy Commissioners, as well as Matt Drury, our Director of Government Relations. As you are aware, New York City's primary responsibility is the stewardship of more than 30,000 acres of green and open space, encompassing 5,000 individual properties, from playgrounds, beaches, to community gardens and natural areas. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to discuss the agency's fiscal year 2022 executive budget and to provide an overview of our agency's recent efforts to build and care for our park spaces as we recover from a challenging time for all. I will be cutting my testimony short with some expert excerpts, but you have the full testimony before you. This year's executive budget reflects the growing confidence that our city's economic recovery is underway, and many of the budgetary cuts implemented during the height of COVID pandemic are now being restored. COVID demonstrated that New Yorkers rely on our city's green and open spaces for physical, emotional, and mental health benefits that they provide. This administration is investing in the care and maintenance that our parks need and deserve. The agency's executive expense budget represents an all-time high for the agency's operating budget, including $587 million in mayoral funding this year for our operational needs, a $55 million increase over the proposed FY22 preliminary budget and $84 million more than last year's adopted budget. The executive 10-year capital plan, including the current fiscal year, provides for a total parks capital budget of $6.4 billion. This reflects the importance of keeping our spaces and infrastructure in a state of good repair. We're pleased to announce a number of expense and capital additions to this year's budget will assist in bridging some of the gaps in last year's budget and put the agency on strong footing going forward. Our seasonal staff hiring program and our workforce development program have been fully restored for FY22. This restoration will supplement the hiring of 2,500 park workers that will serve as part of the city's cleanup corps, thanks to $42 million in funding to support our maintenance and operation efforts. The city is investing over $1 billion in capital dollars in key infrastructure. We're partnering with the Department of Transportation to repair and renovate 15 pedestrian bridges around the city and assisting the Economic Development Corporation in the completion of the Manhattan Greenway Loop. These investments represent a continued commitment to our park system, a commitment that this administration has supported and strengthened throughout my 7-year tenure as Parks Commissioner. I'm saddened to be leaving this phase of my life as a public servant, but immensely gratified and proud of the work we've accomplished. In the months since announcing my resignation, I've not been able to stop thinking about the many men and women who've come before me to serve as Commissioner for New York City Parks and in whose footsteps I've followed. When I came back home to New York City in 2014 to take on this position, I knew I would eventually have to reckon with the legacies they've left and the people they've impacted. I hope that in the years following my tenure, people will be able to look back and truly see the transformative nature of what we have been able to accomplish over the past 7 years. My goal is to make sure that parks are for all people. Every single person, no matter your age, color, income, or ability, deserve an opportunity to access green, open space. Every day we work closer to this goal, promoting diversity, equity, inclusion, and access in all of our park operations, moving the agency forward through innovation, new technology, and thoughtful planning and placemaking, and in the process, leading a global conversation about equity in the public realm. Equity has been the cornerstone of my work throughout my career, and the Community Parks Initiative was the first major initiative in my tenure as Parks Commissioner and is one of the most important as well. We had to right historic wrong. For decades, scores of parks in our communities were neglected. These neighborhoods, many of them underprivileged, were isolated. It was unacceptable, and we had to make it right. We reached out and empowered members of many underserved communities around the city to join the agency in rethinking what their parks could be. We made efforts to expand public input. We tried to meet people where they were by offering more convenient times and locations for meetings and improving our scoping process. 58 of the 67 projects that constitute this internationally recognized multi-million-dollar initiative are complete, and remaining projects are slated to be completed soon. However, we're not done trying to create more inclusive parks. Both the Parks Without Borders and Cool Pools initiative sought to reimagine how our parks are designed and operated. A public amenity in a neighborhood must be inviting and attractive. For Parks Without Borders, we created a public process to determine which sites could be enhanced with simple design to ensure seamless interaction between the park and the neighborhood, introducing a new design philosophy for all capital projects going forward. This $50 million project includes 8 showcase sites, and now most of our capital projects incorporate these design principles. The Cool Pools project revamped, revitalized drab and unappealing pool sites into vibrant places that some residents now call resorts. 11 outdoor pools gained colorful new murals, planters, and lounge chairs in order to provide inviting and welcoming space, and it was a great success. We continue to focus our redesigning and developing inviting spaces and making sure that underserved communities had world-class spaces to call their own with our Anchor Parks initiative. The $150 million project invested in 5 large parks, 1 in each borough, and ensured that neighborhoods that had previously suffered from this investment would have access to thriving flagship parks. One of the accomplishments I'm most proud of is streamlining the capital process. Over my tenure, we have completed over 850 capital projects, including 130 projects that were stalled during the previous administration, and that we eventually completed or have in active construction. This was achieved by a major effort by our capital team led by Commissioner Therese Braddock. It helps streamline design, procurement, and construction processes so that we can do more on time and on budget projects. Rebuilding parks is one facet of our responsibility, and we need to make sure that our parks and open spaces are maintained properly. In order to do that, we closely examined our maintenance and operation portfolio and brought on a chief operating officer to oversee all borough operations and standardize best practices. The head of our innovation and performance management team was elevated to the commissioner level title, and we designed more data-driven approaches to manage our finite resources. We found more ways to do work in-house, for example, by creating a synthetic turf team to improve the longevity of our artificial turf fields, saving money and avoiding unnecessary wear and tear on our fields. The COVID pandemic has been challenging and a complicated time for New York City parks. The death toll in the city was staggering, and while at times conditions looked grim, parkies were on the front line, handing out masks and food distribution and helping coordinate various relief efforts with federal, state, and local partners. I made this quite I've made this position quite known, but I'd like to once again thank our parkies everywhere, especially Commissioner Margaret Nelson and Public Programs and the Urban Park Service team, who did an immense amount of tireless work to support the city in its darkest moments. Even as sirens blare through the streets, our offices, our schools, our arenas, our theaters, our places of worship lay empty, our parks were full of life. Our flowers bloomed, colorful birds began, stars on social media, and our green spaces were packed with people seeking fresh air. But the trauma of this time period will not be forgotten. Care and respect are some of the most basic and fundamental tenets of our society. Their acknowledgement that as a human being, your life matters as is precious as anyone else's is the reason why I decided to take a meaningful step to address systemic racism in our city by creating Juneteenth Grove at Cadman Plaza in Brooklyn, launching the effort to name several New York City park properties after prominent Black Americans, and beginning the consideration of other park renamings to better reflect the contributions of other represented minority groups. It is also why I elevated our Equal Employment and Opportunity Coordinator role to a commissioner level title, because it is important to me that everyone in our park staff knows how much I deeply care for them and want to provide the resources for them to thrive. As a Black man and a commissioner of the Parks Department, the events of the past year have weighed heavily on me, but I knew that I was in a unique position to uplift members of the Black community. Representation matters, but what you do once given an opportunity will wield your influence matters much more. When history looks back at my time at New York City Parks, I hope they will note that not only my ability to continue on the impressive path laid out ahead of me by my predecessors, but also to respond to the complex issues of the past and to lay the groundwork for my successors. I want to thank the council and for their support of parks and open spaces for all New Yorkers during my tenure. And I also want to thank Mayor Bill de Blasio for granting me the privilege to help transform this agency and for his commitment to our park system and making them more equitable, inclusive, and resilient. And most of all, I want to thank my incredible team of dedicated park staff who keep our parks safe, clean, and accessible, because serving alongside them as commissioner has been the highest honor of my career. Through my time with this agency is drawing to a close, New York City Parks looks forward to continuing alongside the City Council to create a bright, green future with more equitable and inclusive park system. And now I would be happy to answer your questions. That was my 10-minute timer, so I'm very pleased I kept within the 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and we deeply appreciate all of your work again, as I said in the beginning, and we wish you luck in the future as you move on to your next step, to your next phase in life as well. I want to just mention also, I think one of your greatest accomplishments was, in fact, the Parks Without Borders. And I'm lucky that in my district, we have received the benefit of that with Travers Park. And Travers Park, as you know, is right on 34th Avenue. And 34th Avenue now is one of the open streets. And so between the open street and Travers and the entranceway into Travers, which used to be a fence and prohibitive, you know, now it just flows so beautifully. And the closure of 78th Street, it all came together really, really well. And I want to thank you for that concept, that idea. It was really, I think it's made such a difference in our community.
And I apologize, Chair Drum, if more people are going there. As I present both here in the US and around the world, I featured Travers Park in all of my presentations, and all you hear is the oohs and ahs. And so I think now people understand, you make this sidewalk the outer park. Sidewalks, parks close, sidewalks never close. And now you have this beautiful outdoor living room. So congratulations for having that right there in your district. It is a gem.
Well, and I know that's true because people have told me that you bring your iPad along with you and show them pictures of it. So thank you for that. I really deeply appreciate it. Let me also just give a shout out to two other folks as well, Commissioner Dockett and to Joanne Amagrande in the Queen's office, who have done a tremendous job in terms of helping me. Last year, we had a problem with our Great Lawn, and they were very quick to respond to it. And I just want to acknowledge their help as well. Commissioner, let's just talk a little bit about parks maintenance. Chair Koo brought up some of that in his opening, but in fiscal 21, DPR did not hire almost 2,000 seasonal workers. As a result, many of the city's parks were left in an unsanitary condition over the 2020 summer months. In our budget response, we called on the administration to baseline the one-time funding of $10 million the council fought to include in the fiscal 21 adopted budget for 150 maintenance maintenance workers, and to include $10 million more for another 150 maintenance staff. The executive plan does not directly add any funding to support this concern. Can you explain why this funding is not included in the executive budget? And has there been any discussion with OMB about adding it at adoption?
Thank you for your question. There's always going conversation about the one-shots that you're referring to. But I do want to commend the mayor. It was a tough summer last year. During the pandemic, where more people were coming to our parks, you're correct, we were down about 1,700 workers. This is going to be a very different summer. All those cuts have been restored. And as I stated, we'll have 25 additional staff out there for the cleanup corps, in addition to the summer youth employment program. So you're going to see a very different summer this year going to the fall of having much cleaner parks than we did last year. But I'm sure we will continue to have the conversation about those positions that were one-shots that were not baselined. But this mayor is committed to make sure we do not have the same park experience last year. And we want to make sure that people will see the recovery and it'll be evident in how clean our parks will be maintained this summer. But I'm confident there'll be an ongoing conversation about those CPW positions, as well as the gardener positions and some of those PEP positions as we move toward the final adopted budget.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just wish that the mayor didn't not put it in the budget, so to speak, because it becomes like a bit of a budget dance for us back and forth, at least the 4 years that I've been as the chair of the finance committee. I really would have just liked to have seen it put in there, but I look forward to those discussions, and hopefully we'll come to a good conclusion at the end. Let me move on to my next question. Just one moment. Just trying to bring it up. Okay. Street tree planting, another pet peeve issue for me. In our budget response, the council called on the administration to add $10 million in capital funding to plant more street trees because the number of street trees planted has been dramatically declining recently. This concern is not directly addressed in the executive budget plan. Has there been any discussion with the administration to include additional funding to plant on our streets? And I also have a particular issue, Commissioner, in my district with the wires that are underneath those tree pits. I think I brought it up last year to you. It still remains an issue, and we still need to figure out a way that if we're not going to put trees in, we've got to do something else with those pits. So can you address all of that for me?
Well, I'm going to go to our in-house resident expert, Commissioner Kavanaugh, to respond to your questions. I do know there was some slowdown during COVID and some high prices for a tree plant, and we work hard to make sure we can move forward to get those necessary trees planted. But I'll refer that question now to Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Commissioner Silver, and good afternoon, council members and Councilmember Drum. Currently, we have approximately $100 million in our capital budget for tree planting. It is primarily directed towards the Cool Neighborhoods program. Those are communities that are most impacted by high heat and are subject to heat vulnerability index. The majority of it is for street tree planting in those communities, but a substantial amount is also targeted, approximately 17 million, towards park plantings within those communities as well. In addition to that, we have funding through the regular baseline funding for street tree planting and money to support some other programs that are specifically designed to add trees. We have had some disruptions to our planting program over the last couple of years. Most notably, of course, was the suspension of most of our capital projects due to the pandemic last year, which severely impacted the number of trees we were able to plant. And then prior to that, we did wrestle with some unusually high bid prices that we had for contracts that we put out for bid that caused us to pause and to reassess what we were doing and try to understand what was driving those cost increases and try to find some ways to minimize the increase in costs. So far, we've had some success that's making us optimistic, using the new MWBE contracting mechanism that allows us to award contracts of up to $500,000. We put out 6 of those contracts. We have 7 contracts, actually. We have 6 new bidders, people who never bid on our contracts before, which is always important to increase the competition for our work. It's very desirable work to be had, and more competition is better. And we adjusted a number of the specifications that we thought might be contributing to the higher prices. So far, we've seen a fairly significant reduction in the bid prices, approximately $1,200 per tree, or a third less than what we were receiving from our prior contract bids. It doesn't mean that we have solved the problem by any means, but it's an indication that we do see some ways in which we can bring about lower pricing. We also have some other contracting mechanisms that we're trying, very large contracts to attract even bigger contractors who might be able to be interested in bigger sort of jobs than we had previously made available. And we're going to continue to try to target smaller contracts to engage smaller contractors to, again, expand the pool. So there's a lot going on. You'll see a lot more trees going into streets over the next couple of years. Thankfully, we all want to see that. And we're hopeful that we'll be able to bring about more certainty to the cost. As to the wires, we do plant trees under wires. It's not the greatest situation, but there are trees, smaller stature trees, that can do well in those circumstances, and they do provide many of the same benefits that a larger tree will provide. So if there are locations that are in your district or in any district that fall into that category, we can certainly look at them and try to include them in future contracts.
Oh, okay, that would be great, because we've been turned down on a number of occasions regarding the planting of those pits. So I'm going to have my staff reach out to, should they reach out to you?
Yes, they can send it to me, and we'll make sure they get to the right, into the right.
Okay, because it was really an issue we were having with forestry, to be honest with you. Okay, just so, and you mentioned, I think, what did you say, $100 million in new trees?
That's the current funding in our capital budget.
What does that translate into in terms of number of trees? I guess it depends somewhat on price, but do you have a rough?
In rough terms, it would be about 30,000 new trees.
30,000. Okay, thank you. And the 10-year strategy includes $278.7 million for land acquisition and street planting. Are these planting street trees or trees within parks? I know you mentioned a little bit of that before, but can you just elaborate further on it?
It includes both street and park trees. The majority is dedicated to street tree planting. But thanks to both the Cool Neighborhoods Initiative and support from the administration, we are able to begin replacing the canopy within parks. That has not been a focus, unfortunately, for some time. And as a result of senescence and storms, we have seen fewer trees in our parks where they are really valued and appreciated. And for the first time, we're going to be able to tackle that in a systemic way.
And not just to continue to focus on my district, but let me ask, I understand that you're going to be planting, I think it was something like at least 60 new trees along 34th Avenue. Do you know when that's going to actually happen?
I don't have that information with me right now, Councilmember, but we'll make sure we get it to you.
Okay, it's in the median along 34th Avenue, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Which is a great thing. So thank you for that. And then last thing I want to ask about, and then I'll turn it over to Councilmember Koo, the Chair Koo, is about school playgrounds. In our budget response, the council called on the administration to restore $2.2 million to keep school playgrounds open and available for community use during non-school hours. Has there been any discussion between Parks and the Department of Education to address this concern?
Well, thank you for your question. I'll have to get back to you. I know there's ongoing conversations. One of the ways that we close the gap, we have gaps in our city, we want everyone to be within a 10-minute walk, is the schoolyards to playgrounds program. I'm not sure what happened during COVID because many of our playgrounds initially were closed, but we have to have a cooperation about how those schoolyards remain open. But let me get back to you on that one. I do know it's an ongoing conversation about which schoolyards can be converted to playgrounds. I just don't have that answer with you, but my staff will get back to you.
And Commissioner, I think the issue is also in the extension of those contracts. Oftentimes, if I'm not mistaken, they originally were given funding to the custodian of the school
Correct.
for 3 years. And then it needs to be continued. I have at least 3 or 4 of them, which are great in my district. They're a great supplement to the parks.
I
the
absolutely
larger
agree.
parks.
It's been our way of closing that gap because there are a lot of places where there are no places to provide parks and schoolyards provide that purpose. I absolutely agree with you, but I'll get back to you. But that is a program we do have funding for of doing those conversions, but I want to make sure I respond to your question accurately.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll follow up with you on that. Let me turn it over now to Chair Koo.
Thank you, Chair John. Hi, Commissioner. How are you? Yeah, we're gonna miss you. Yeah, I want to thank you for your many years of tremendous service to our Parks Committee and the people of New York. Yeah. So I want to ask you about a question about the council's preliminary response. In the council's response, the council asked the administration to restore and baseline funding for $6 million for additional 80 parks enforcement patrol officers. I didn't really address in your executive budget. Is this something that you will support? Is this something that you will be asking for an adoption?
Well, as I've always stated, I'll always welcome additional staff to both enforce park rules as well as take care of our parks. I do want to reiterate what I said before. I'm very proud of the mayor of restoring $84 million and restoring the cuts in our budget from last year, which shows his commitment to how important green spaces are to our citizens. I am confident this will be an ongoing conversation. We have all those positions restored, and in addition, we have the cleaning crew of 2,500 and then the summer youth employment. So I'm confident we'll continue to have the conversation about some of the requests you made on the one-shots before, both the PEP, CPWs, and gardeners. But right now, you're correct, it is not in this budget, but I am confident that conversation will continue as we move toward the adopted budget.
Okay. So in the council's response, the council also asked the administration to include $3 million for 50 positions in the parks budget for additional urban park rangers. So how many urban park rangers are currently on staff now?
Oh, I usually have the PEP. Give me a second. Commissioner Nelson, do you know how many of the rangers? I have all the numbers on the PEP. So if you give me a second, I'll find the number on the rangers.
Sure, sure. Yeah.
I don't have the number in front of me, but it's between 40 and 50 now.
So do you believe that you need more than you currently have?
Well, again, Councilmember Koo, we'd always welcome more, but at the same time, we know that when this budget's going forward, the goal right now is to restore many of the cuts we had before, and that has been done. As we go forward, we know that the council both appreciates our park rangers as well as our park enforcement. And I know this will be an ongoing conversation as we move toward the adopted budget. So as a commissioner, I'll always welcome more. But I also know that I'm very pleased about what the mayor had restored in this budget and how we're going to be very focused on making sure our parks are safe and clean.
Yeah, I want to make sure you ask administration for additional urban park ranges because they're important to maintain our parks. So I'll move on to another subject, the city cleanup. Right? The parks executive budget includes federal funding of $9.2 million in fiscal 2021 and $41.9 million in fiscal 2022 to support 2,500 full-time staff as part of the city cleanup initiative. Their duties are supposed to be including cleaning, program support, and beautification of public spaces for the city. So I want to know what kind of maintenance and support will the city cleanup corp provide? What kind of things will they do?
Well, I'll refer to Commissioner Folk in a second, but first, we are so grateful that we have these additional staff members to help keep our parks clean. If you recall, last year, it was a very, very difficult time. We do expect people to come out to our beaches, to our pools, to our parks. And so the cleanup corps will be working alongside our staff to make sure we hit some of those places, sporting events, hotspots, and they'll work to the end of the calendar year. But we are so pleased that we're able to bring them on. I think we've already hired well over 1,000. I'll now defer to Commissioner Folk if he wanted to answer more, but they will work alongside our staff. They'll have different shirts, but never the same. They'll be doing the same work side by side our park employees.
Thank you, Commissioner Silver, and good afternoon, Chair Koo and members of council. Yes, as Commissioner Silver said, we've actually hired now close to 1,500 of our 2,500 allocation of the cleaning corps members. We're thrilled to welcome them to parks. They will be doing all the tasks that our seasonal maintenance staff would, so removing trash, helping with turf maintenance, covering graffiti, mowing ball fields, addressing horticulture beds, addressing weeds. So basically everything, helping to clean our comfort stations. So basically everything you can imagine park staff doing on a daily basis during our peak season, the cleaning corps staff will be supporting doing.
I was going to mention comfort stations and now how important that is to Councilmember Koo. So we'll have thousands of more employees out there making sure our parks look great this summer and fall.
This is great, yeah, but the cleanup are entirely financed with federal funding. So how will the city fund cleanup and sanitation of our parks after fiscal 2022?
Well, as was stated, this budget is for 2022, so that's what we're talking about right now. The cleanup corps, the 42 million is just till the end of the calendar year. But as I stated, our seasonals were restored. So when we use our seasonal positions, when at our peak period, you'll see that same level of service. This is an agency that meet or exceeds the mayor's target each and every year. Last year was an exception because we just were down 1,700. So this budget does represent going to June 30. And so I can share with you for this budget, both with the cleanup corps, but then after that, as we go into our seasonals for spring and the beginning of summer next year, that our seasonal staff are basically in place and being restored.
So, Commissioner, as I mentioned in my first question, if the administration does not provide $10 million of funding for currently working 150 maintenance staff, their fate is unclear starting July 1st. At the same time, the agency will hire 2,500 of staff who will provide maintenance support. So could you please explain to the committee the logistics of this operation and the logic behind it? Why, with all the federal funding the agency received, none of the council's concerns were addressed in the executive plan?
Well, first, let me just say we have an amazing team, both in our chief operating officer, our chief of operations, our borough commissioners, first deputy. We always know how to make do with what we have. There's no question that the cleanup corps to 2,500 is a huge help. Last year, as you all know, all those one-shots ended on June 30th. We had the pandemic, so it was a different situation. but we adapt. We adapt to make sure that we meet those ratings. We meet on a monthly basis, so we make tweaks to our operations. And so, as I said, we will always welcome more staff. If we don't have them, we make adjustments to make sure our park's clean. I'm here to discuss the FY22 budget. And so what I can tell you is those 2,500 will help us with some of the gardening, some of the things that some of our gardeners would do. Certainly don't have the same skill set, but at least they can do some of the weeding, some of the light touches to make sure our parks are maintained. So I hear you loud and clear, and I'm confident, as I stated, we'll continue to have this conversation as we move toward the adopted budget about those 150 positions that you mentioned.
So what happened to these 2,500 persons once the federal money is used up? Are they being hired as part-time or temporary workers? Or?
The funding will expire at the end of the calendar year. And again, Commissioner Folk, you can correct me if I'm wrong. So they will be on board to help assist us in our parks until that time. That's what the funding will provide. Then we're in the winter season. We usually don't have our seasonals, or most of them working at that time. We start hiring new staff again, our seasonals, in March to prepare for the spring and summer seasons. So that's the cycles we work with. We don't have as many staff typically in the cold months. We don't have as many people going to parks, not as much litter, but we always are prepared for what we call our peak season. We start hiring in March to prepare for spring and summer, and then they start leaving the agency around October, September, October.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Silver.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I have a question on the concessions too. So Mayor de Blasio ordered closed down all concessions last year. However, Central Park Conservancy has a procurement contract that determines city funding to the park based on the percentage of the concessions from the previous year. So fiscal 2019 was the last full year of operation for concessions. Will the city use fiscal 2019 to determine city's contributions to Central Park for fiscal 2022?
Well, I don't know the specifics, but what I can say is that we worked very closely with all of our concessionaires and did not charge any rent during the pandemic when they were shut down. So that was first and foremost. Those that could open, we worked with them to make sure they operated in a fair manner and talked to them on a regular basis. Central Park is a bit unique. Their arrangement is based on certain fees and they get a percentage. And since so many of the operations in the parks were closed, COVID actually impacted their ability for those concessionaires to be there, generate the fees to go back to Central Park. We're in conversations with them. They're reaching out to us on a regular basis to see what we can do. But for our concessions in general, our staff worked very closely to make sure that they were held harmless because of the COVID, and as they're coming back to make sure they can operate. Central Park Conservancy is in a separate situation, and we have been in dialogue with them about what other opportunities exist. So that's kind of the nature of the agreement we have with them, which is different than some of the other parks and concessions.
So your department or administration, have you ever considered like allocate further stimulus funding to help them, to help Central Park?
That is an idea that just surfaced, and so that is a conversation we'll have, but I do not have a response at that at this point. I personally don't know what are the limitations on stimulus dollars, but I do know that those the suggestion had been made. I do not have a response to you at this time regarding whether it's possible to do it or not do it.
Okay. My next question is on outdoor pool maintenance. No? We want to make sure that maintenance is finished before summertime. So fiscal 2022 executive plan includes funding of 968,000 in fiscal 2021 only to repair and overhaul pools that were in the state of disrepair due to their closing during 2020 season. So how many pools exactly require repair, and where are these pools located?
I can get you the list. What I can say is when it comes to our pools, we probably have the best staff and engineers, I'd have to say, in the country. We start our work back in March. In fact, when it closes, we start doing our analysis of all of our filter plants. They start painting the pool basins, doing repairs. So all of our pools, all 53, should be ready to open. There are a couple that'll be offline for repairs. I think Tony Dapolito may be one. I'm trying to think of some of the others. I'll defer to Commissioner Folk that may have better insight on specifically those pools. But all of our pools have to go through all Department of Health checks, safety checks, and I can proudly say that they will be open and gorgeous, including some of our new cool pools that will be added to our portfolio this year. So I'll now defer to Commissioner Folk to share with you some of the pools that are closed for construction or repairs, but our pools will be open this year by June 26th. Commissioner Folk.
Thank you, Commissioner Silver. Chair Koo, this year we will be opening 49 of our 53 outdoor pools. 4 of them are under capital construction. That's Playground 174 in the Bronx. And then in Manhattan, it's Abe Lincoln, Lasker, and Tony Dow. So 3 pools in Manhattan, 1 in the Bronx are all under capital construction. The other 49 will open on time on June 26th for our full season. The repairs you mentioned, we do repairs every year. OMB and the mayor fund seasonal maintenance at our pools every season. This year, we were provided with a bit of additional funding because last year, you'll recall, we only opened 15 of our 53 pools. So the balance were closed for 2 seasons. And so they required a bit more repair, replacing of pumps and other things like that. So that funding was provided earlier this calendar year, and the work has been ongoing since January, and we are right on schedule and on pace to open all our pools and all 49 pools on June 26th.
So will all the pools be completed and ready to use this coming summer season?
Yes,
Yes.
and I'll be jumping in the pool for the last time, the last week of June. And so, yes, all the pools, we always meet our mark and have those pools open on time. So the answer is
good.
yes.
So a program of particular importance to my constituents is lab swim time. No? Is dedicated time or space for lab swimming going to be available this year?
That determination has not been made. We're working very closely to make sure we have the lifeguards for both pools and beaches to make sure we can accommodate that program. That determination will be made at a later point. I do not have an answer for you right now, but our goal is to do it, but we want to make sure we have the proper coverage so that people can enjoy lab swim.
Okay. Fiscal 2022 executive plan includes funding for $1 million in fiscal 2022 only to purchase vehicle attachments, such as snow plows, spreaders, for new department vehicles in fiscal 2021 and fiscal 22. What kind and how many vehicle attachments the agency is planning to purchase with this funding?
I'm going to defer that one to Commissioner Folk, who seems to have this on the back of his head at any moment I ask him. Commissioner Folk.
Thank you, Commissioner Silver. Chair Koo, as you referenced, that money is to purchase attachments for new vehicles being purchased through the capital budget. So the attachments include things like snow plows, salt boxes, et cetera, items like that don't come with the vehicle that we buy separately and attach to the vehicles. I don't know the exact total of how many of each type we're purchasing, but we will certainly get that information to you and your staff.
Okay. Chair Drum, we will have a second round of questions. So I will let other council members ask some questions first. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Koo. Council, would you call our next person? I believe it's Councilmember Rosenthal, Chair Rosenthal.
It is Councilmember Rosenthal. First, I'm going to invite that if any other council members have questions for the Department of Parks and Recreation, to please use the Zoom raise hand function so that you will be added to the queue. Council members, please keep your questions to 5 minutes, including answers. Please wait for the Sergeant at Arms to tell you when your time begins. The Sergeant will then let you know when your time is up. We'll now hear from Councilmember Rosenthal.
Time starts now.
Councilmember Rosenthal, are you available at this time, or should we continue to round 2 with the chairs? I think at this time we should continue to round 2 and we can circle back if
Okay.
Councilmember Rosenthal is available.
Let's go back to Chair Ku if you have round 2 questions, Chair.
Sure, yeah, I have some questions on the capital side, yeah. On the 10-year capital strategy. Commissioner, on your 10-year capital strategy, which totals $5.6 billion, but the majority of the funding, or $5.2 billion to be exact, or 95%, is planned to spend in the first 5 years of the plan. In fact, this is unchanged when compared to preliminary 10-year strategy. Does this reflect a realistic capital spending plan for the agency?
Well, my answer is yes. This is a very generous capital budget, really focusing on some critical areas of the state of good repair. As I mentioned, 15 bridges being repaired, the overbuild at Riverside Park. This is a very old and aging park. Of course, the big one we've mentioned about closing the gap around Manhattan to complete the entire 32 miles. So the answer is yes. And going on to our rec centers, our headquarters in the Bronx operations, Renaqua. So the answer is yes. I was very pleased with what we received in terms of the capital budget.
So do you anticipate you will use $5.2 million in the first 5 years of the plan?
Well, we always work with OMB to rationalize how this money is spent over time. We're not the only agency. We work with our partners. In some cases, it's DDC. In other cases, it's EDC. So we make a determination with the administrations that what is the best agency to start these projects. Very often, EDC, with a lot of experience in waterfront work, tend to do those projects. DDC, when they tend to be large structures, tend to help us out. So it depends, some of these bridges. So we're confident both with us and the agencies and working with OMB to rationalize the spending over time that we believe this money can be spent, yes.
So why is there almost no capital funding in the last 5 years of the plan?
When you say low capital funding, can you clarify on average parks?
Yeah, because you use 95% of the funding for the first 5 years, and then you only have like.
Let me defer.
Why is the plan? Why is so badly distributed over the years? And it's 95% is funded for the first 5 years. And the last 5 years, you only get 5%.
I will respond, and I'll defer over to Commissioner Braddock to respond. As I said, we get these allotments, and then we work with OMB to see how they can rationalize. You have a design process, procurement, construction. We always work with other agencies, but very often, in order to start a project, it must be fully funded. And so we want to make sure the funding is there so we can proceed with the project. I'll defer now to Commissioner Braddock to see if she can amplify it, but this is a process we've used as long as I've been here. And projects are getting built. As I stated, we completed 850. Our partners have completed even more. But this is a process we've always used, work with OMB to make sure it's rationalized over time. Commissioner Braddock?
Thank you, Commissioner Silver, and thank you, Chair Ku, for your question. The commissioner is absolutely right. Typically, what happens is that as funding gets added into the budget, it's added in the earlier years, and then we work closely with council members, OMB, the mayor's office, to adequately schedule projects over time. So typically the full amount goes into the budget at the beginning, the full amount of a project goes in at the beginning, only a small portion is used for design, and then as that project continues, the construction money is then placed in the appropriate year for when that construction actually takes place.
Okay. My next question is on the preliminary capital budget and commitment plan for fiscal 2021 to 2025. So the agency's 4-year preliminary capital plan totals 3 points. Does the department have capacity to deliver the proposed level of projects?
Well, the answer is, it's similar to my first question. Once we get the funding, Commissioner Braddock and her team does an analysis to find out what is fully funded. And then we go through a whole process to make sure what can we do in-house, what do we have to work with other agencies, where do we have to hire a design consultant. So there's a whole process that comes after she kind of goes through the budget to determine what is the path forward. That is a process we always used. Commissioner Braddock, if you want to provide more information, but this is something we're accustomed to doing and how we always budget our capital projects.
Thank you, Commissioner Silver. Again, you are correct that typically the money comes into the budget. There is a process by which we work with the funders individually to determine, we have to determine what the scope of work is for the project, and does that align exactly with what the dollar values are. And that's the process by which we go through each year to determine which projects can move forward, which ones are fully funded versus which ones potentially are partially funded, and that we might have to work individually to secure additional funding.
So are there any plans to expand the capital division of the Parks Department, or you will bring in more consultants to provide additional support to ensure realization of this ambitious capital plan?
Well, right now we have some vacancies due to both attrition, but also the hiring freeze. So the goal right now is, now that the hiring freeze is somewhat modified, there's a kind of a 2-for-1, that Commissioner Braddock is now going out there to hire more people in our capital division. So at this point in time, our main goal is to start to fill those vacancies. And I think once we do that, we'll be back to full strength.
Okay. My next question is about locally at Kissena Park. We have a tennis court there. Each year, the tennis courts at Kissena Park open late due to repairs that need to be made. Is there a reason why? What repairs need to be made each year that delay the opening?
I'd have to look, Councilmember Court, I'd have to look specifically at what's happening with that particular court. I, of course, rely on our local team. So I don't know specifically what is the situation with that court. We do have our staff going out to do inspections if it's determined that there is something wrong, whether it could be done internally with our crews or it has to bump up to a capital project. That determination is made by our staff. So we'll go out to find out specifically what's happening at Kissena Park. I don't have an answer for you unless someone here on this, I don't know whether Commissioner Braddock or folk may know specifically what is happening in that park. We can go out and take a look. So if staff can do it in-house, we do it. If staff cannot do it in-house, then it has to see whether it could be an expense project or a capital project, determine what is the dollar value and what needs to be done.
Thank you. Please get back to us. Yeah.
Yes.
My last question is on Hart Island. The fiscal 2022 executive capital commitment plan includes funding of $52 million for the demolition of structures on Hart Island. Can you please provide the committee with any specifics of the agency's plan to proceed with this project?
Well, we have the $52 million that is in the capital budget. Clearly, there has to be a full assessment about how you could take those down. It has to go out for a contract. I'm sure there'll have to be barges, but the money is there to begin the demolition. At this point in time, I do not have a schedule for you about when that's going to occur, but the money is in the budget. There's now a commitment, as you know, July 1, that jurisdiction will turn over to the Parks Department. And at that point in time, we will make a determination when we'll put that contract out to bid. This will be a complicated one. It's going to be a demolition, but also barging the material back and forth. So that When we're ready, that contract will go out for that work to commence. But in this budget, the mayor has given us $52 million to demolish those unsafe structures.
So right now, you don't know when the project will start, right?
I do not.
Or when's the estimated date of completion? You don't know
At
how
this point in
long-
time, at this point in time, I do not know. We're still in active conversations with our partners about how the transfer will happen in terms of jurisdiction, but operation will continue with the Department of Corrections. We are meeting with them to find out what happens next. And so there's active conversations between the mayor's office and all the various agencies to make sure we have both the operations in place, but also the demolition plan is in place. So I do not have a date certain about when that demolition will start.
So does the agency anticipate additional funding beyond the $52 million to complete the project?
Well, for now, the main concern is the $52 million for the demolition.
Yeah.
There's a lot that has to occur. There's a contract going out about someone who's going to operate in terms of the burials, in terms of what other capital needs. But right now, the critical one, which is very expensive, was to demolish those unsafe structures. So it's very likely that more work is needed, but I do not have that plan for you at this time.
So what other agencies besides DDC you will coordinate with this project? Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, there it is. I'm on. I believe it is HRA. We still have to work with DOC because they're currently operating the facility until we can do a transition plan. And I'm sure there'll be other agencies as well. The mayor's office, we're working very closely with HRA, DOC, there'll be parks, DOT, since they operate the ferry. So there are quite a number of agencies involved in Hart Island.
Thank you. Now, Commissioner, thank you. I will turn over to Councilmember Chair Drum.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councilmember Rosenthal.
Thank you so much. And again, my apologies. My office door is open. It's lovely out and constituents are dropping by and saying hello. So apologies for not being present just before. Commissioner, nice to see you. I feel like there's going to be an elegance to this question. I want to sort of end where we began. I think the first time, the first hearing where I met you and you testified budget hearing, I asked, why does it take so long to finish a capital project? We put money in the budget and I don't remember how long it was. Years later, we do the ribbon cutting. And you very enthusiastically said this was of interest to you. I know you assigned somebody specifically to look on this. I know you've worked hard. I know there was another hearing in 2019. And, you know, there are sort of two ways to think about it. One is how many steps there are in the process. And somehow the number 70 rings a bell, that there were 70 steps that you wanted to bring down. At the most recent hearing, I think you talked about a 2-month improvement by fixing, I don't know, there were 4 different things. You expedited the public design committee, you fixed 2 weeks by automating something, you did 4 different things, whatever they were. And you sort of brought that up in at the end of 2019. So you can measure it however you want to measure it, but we went from 70 steps in many years to where are we now?
Well, I don't remember if it's 70 steps, but what I can say is our savings has been on average 4 to 6 months. Our improvement has been on the design side and on the construction side. Procurement has always been our challenge, but that is not controlled by parks. That's controlled by many other entities. The comptroller, MOX, law, local law, you know, so those were the areas that I do believe there's still some opportunity, although some innovations have been made. We cut it by 4 to 6 months. And as I stated in my testimony, We've completed over 850 projects under my tenure. I believe that's the second or third highest for any commissioner in terms of projects completed. So there's still more work to be done. So the question is, we have to still focus on how do we eliminate some of those steps. Great opportunity in procurement to see where more reform is needed. But we have eliminated 4 to 6 months on average. And by reducing change orders and having what we call red zones, we are now able to just make projects now on time in our budget, in fact, ahead of schedule. So that's something that I'm proud of.
So, and maybe Deputy Commissioner Braddock can talk about this as well. But I guess just if you give us some sort of context. So a reduction in 4 to 6 months is extraordinary. And I know that all the council members and the public are grateful for that because we love our parks. Do you have a sense of how much, what was the baseline that you cut 4 to 6 months off of? Was it years or?
Yeah, it was mostly in the design process and some on the construction side. A couple of things we did, because I know the clock is running.
Just saying, so what was the base? How many years was it the base, or how many months was it?
It was on average, it was 30 to 45 months. That was kind of the window, 30 to 45 months that we cut that down.
Fantastic, really kudos. And do you have a plan to do more steps?
I'm here for another 6 weeks. I'll see what I can do in 6 weeks. But I'm gonna, the staff is legacy. Yes, the staff is committed right now. There is still some opportunities. We've been working with Mox. They've made great innovations. Procurement should be the focus. And I think that's where you can really gain some more time savings. But Commissioner Braddock and her team have all of the ideas down. And I'm confident we'll continue to whittle away until we can knock out another 4 to 6 months.
Well, I don't know that we need a public hearing about it, but I would be very interested in sort of, as the chair of the subcommittee on capital budget, I'd be very interested in learning about your ideas for fixing.
Have them.
That would be awesome. Great. And then just secondly, I want to ask again about tree plantings. What I heard was that it used to be 3,600 for something, and it's decreased by a third. So now it's it decreased by 1,200, which was a third. So now you're at, I assume, $2,400. But that's not just one tree and tree guard. So what is that? How do I think about that 2,400?
Well, I'll defer to Commissioner Kavanaugh, but we also require a guarantee the tree does not die. So it does require the contractor to come back to water it to make sure the tree survives. So you're not planting it and then you have a dead tree. I'll defer now to Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Commissioner Silver. I just want to clarify that our average cost of planting has not dropped by $1,200 per tree yet. We had 7 micro purchases, $500,000 contracts each, where we explored some new approaches to planting. We adjusted some of our specifications, reduced the guarantee period, a number of steps that we took. And in those specific contracts, the bid price per tree was $1,200 less, but it only represents about 3.5% of our total budget for tree planting right now. We're hoping that those savings will translate into across the board savings in the future, but I don't want anybody to have the impression that suddenly the entire cost of planting has dropped by $1,200.
My goodness, I'm with you. Sorry, I took off my OMB hat when I was asking you the question. I was more, well, maybe it is, but I was more thinking about, okay, just trying to understand it actually, because trying to understand your number from 100 million down to getting roughly 30,000 trees and trying to understand the math of that. So is it challenging? You did 7 micro grants of $500,000 each. I mean, do you want to spend the remaining 900 million? No, what do we? out of
96.5 million dollars.
Thank you. Can you spend the 96.5 million via microgrid?
It would be really slow going if we went through micro purchases for that amount of money. But we do think that the adjustments we made to specifications, which seem to indicate, seem to drive some of the lower costs, can be applied more broadly and should, we think, attract more bidders. That was one of the great outcomes of the micro purchase process and result in lower prices going forward.
Now I understand what you're saying, so I really appreciate that. Can I just ask one specific thing and then I'll be done, but on the same point? Hang on one second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I put in, we have now received about 10 tree and tree guards for a total of 34,000. Does that sound right to you? Because I've been putting money in my budget for plantings.
I would have to look at the specifics. It sounds, based on our standard cost before we did these micro purchase pilots, that would just cover the cost of planting, an average street tree. The tree guards would be a separate expense in most cases. But if you give us a chance, we'll look into the specifics and get back to you into exactly how it plays out in terms of costs.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate the time, chairs.
Thank you very much. I see Councilmember Koslowitz has her hand raised. I know she's here. I also want to say that we've been joined by Councilmembers Borelli, Ulrich, Ayala as well. Councilmember Koslowitz.
Thank you. This year I have a complaint about parks. For 31 years, I have been in touch with Parks, and Parks was one of my favorite agencies. This year, Parks never reached out to me on capital projects, and I'm very, very upset about that. I have not heard from Parks at all in Queens, and I don't think it's fair that they haven't reached out. Like I said, 31 years I'm doing this. I was deputy borough president and I was in charge of Parks. I always had a great relationship with Parks, and now I do not at all. In fact, it's non-existent.
Well, Councilmember, that really pains me to hear that, because I do know you've been a great supporter. I will find out what's going on, but as you know, every year we sit down with our capital list. I go through the list before we meet the council members. So please accept my apology. I'll find out what's going on, but that is unfortunate. We want to get back on your list of being your favorite again and not being in the penalty box.
Well, it's going to be too late, because this is my last term, and my budget has already been submitted, and that's it.
Understood.
I have a follow-up question.
Of course, Councilmember Koo, and then we have a question from Councilmember Levine.
Yeah, let him ask first. Yeah, Councilman Levine.
Time will begin.
Thank you so much, Chair Drum and Chair Koo, for your incredible leadership and your great work in this hearing. And Commissioner Silver, every time I see you, I'm going to continue to say that I'm going to miss you and your leadership for Parks. Working with you over these years, it's just been an absolute pleasure. And I'm just grateful for the service you've offered to the park system and to the city. And I know we've got you for, I think, a little over a month still. Looking forward to continued great partnership with you. I just wanted to ask you about the situation with Central Park and their unique budget situation, which relies on, in part, revenue sharing with concessions, which has been a very successful model over the years. But it was a model that didn't really anticipate a pandemic that led to the total shutdown of most public facilities. And of course, it was a year where the use of the park was at near record levels. I mean, every park, thank God we've had the park system this year. We would not have been able to survive as a city. And Central Park is no exception. And just anecdotally, it seems like the city's reliance on the park has been off the charts. And so you have this scenario where this key revenue source has essentially disappeared, and the usage and the staffing needs are as great as ever. And I presume that that's at some point going to mean they just have to cut staff. Like I think the hole is like $7 million or something. And, you know, I don't want to think what it means to cut $7 million in staffing when usage is off the charts. And it's kind of sort of an extraordinary, unanticipated, hopefully one time, never again scenario. We hope, knock on wood. But I do feel like it has to be resolved. Like letting the staff be cut there would just be horrible for everybody.
Well,
and I'm wondering if you've thought of like, can the city in some way intervene to avoid that with a one-time infusion of assistance to make sure that, you know, we maintain this amazing jewel of a park during this difficult time.
Well, thank you for your question, and thank you for your comments. I've equally enjoyed working with you over the years. Clearly, we already had many conversations with the Central Park Conservancy. You're absolutely correct. The agreement they had did rely on a percentage of fees, and we're already looking at their next agreement, which is a few years away, to see how there could be a fail-safe. We're not looking for another pandemic. I know how active you've been. This is nothing we don't want to see again. It was unforeseen. So it's something that we just are trying to figure out what to do going forward. And I can tell you with the leadership at Central Park Conservancy, we are trying to figure out what to do. So ideas have floated. I'll be speaking with the head of the Conservancy again very soon to figure out what can be done. But right now, we are looking at a very different summer with some activities returning to the park. The concessions are now open, as you probably know, Tavern on the Green, the Boathouse. So we are looking at a very different year this year than last year. The question is what to do. Those conversations are ongoing, but I hear you loud and clear. And our hope going forward, I won't be here, is that that agreement will be structured differently. Should something ever happen for some reason, that they would not be hampered by revenue as a result of an agreement that was based on fees. So the question is, yes, we are having conversations. We just don't have an answer now about what is the best way forward to assist Central Park.
Thank you. Sorry, I had a little mute issue there. I appreciate that. And yeah, going forward for the new agreement, which I think is a few years off still, it's again, in this new world, we should build in safeguards. So that's one issue. And then there's the problem of the hole that already exists and how to plug it. Great to hear that you are having discussions. I really appreciate your interest in solving this. It's just so important to the future of the city. So thank you again, Commissioner Silver, for everything you've done over the last few years. Looking forward to partnering with you for another month or so, and we're going to make the best of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, be well.
Okay. I think that we've come to the end of this portion. Am I correct, Council?
Oh, I have one more question.
Okay.
Yeah, Commissioner, I have a very just one follow-up question for Commissioner Kavanaugh, because he mentioned a reduced guarantee period as part of the cost reduction. So how much shorter is the guarantee period for the new trees? And what does this mean in terms of the impact on the tree health?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. We reduced the guarantee period in these micro purchases from 2 years to 1 year. We know, of course, that the establishment period is critical to a successful street tree. We thought we actually did achieve great success with the 2-year guarantee. But in looking at it closely, and examining the data, we thought it was worth piloting a 1-year guarantee period to see if we could achieve the same results while reducing our costs. It's one of the issues or the items that we're going to be evaluating going forward. But if we see success commensurate with what we've achieved over the years, it may be a way that we can save money and get more trees planted.
Thank you. Yeah. So, Chair Drum, I have additional questions, but we will send it by email to them. Because we want to save time now. So.
Okay, so let's go to Councilmember Rosenthal.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Chair Koo.
Appreciate it. I just want to make sure for the record that I understand what's going on here. I can't quite understand the difference in numbers, but let's say it's for the 500,000 micro purchases. It's coming in at roughly $2,400 per tree and tree guard. So that would be labor, tree, the guard, and then the other specs you mentioned. I think the Deputy Commissioner has to be unmuted. Thank you.
Council member, it is only for the tree planting itself. Our contracts do not typically include tree guards unless they are specifically funded, which is, I think, the case in the small project that you mentioned earlier during your questioning. But our standard tree planting contract does not include a tree guard. It includes planting the tree, the guarantee period, and a number of other things that are specific to the site.
I'm sorry. I mean, you're making it even worse. I mean, how much does the guard cost? If you want,
guard, it varies depending on. It varies depending on the size of the tree bed. Obviously, the amount of material that you install, but a tree guard can cost upwards of $2,000.
I am gobsmacked. Can you give us the route to the 2,400 per tree? Like how much of that is the physical tree? How much of that is labor? How much of that is the guarantees and the specs?
Councilmember, I can't give you all of that right now. We do have it. We can share it with you or other members of the council if they're interested. The tree itself costs about $200. Everything else has to do with equipment, labor, guarantee, overhead, a whole host of things that go into any capital project that are part and parcel of our tree planting contracts as well. And the things that we focused on during in the pilot project was to reduce the guarantee period. We also changed the specification for soil amendment. Typically, we replace the soil every time we plant a new tree. That became increasingly expensive because of the cost of disposing soil went up so dramatically over the last few years. So we require contractors to amend the soil rather than replace the soil. That resulted in some savings. The other big thing is that our contracts typically ran for several years. And so we could not upfront tell a contractor every site that we expected them to plant during the course of the contract. And that turns out to make a pretty significant difference in their pricing. When they knew exactly what they had to do and what it would take in terms of material, labor, equipment, they were able to really hone their pricing down significantly. And that's something we are going to try to incorporate more, even in our larger contracts, so there's more surety as to what the contractor is bidding on.
I'm going to move on, but I don't know if anyone else is gobsmacked, but that it's, someone just texted me that if a private individual calls a tree company, it costs $500, including the tree guard.
Then they should bid on our work. They should bid on our work. I think I hear you. We have tried our best. We put it out for a competitive bid. And so
we can move on.
Yeah. Okay.
It is mind-boggling. Okay, thank you so much.
Councilmember Rosenthal just said this has been an ongoing issue. I think at one point it was almost up to $5,000, down to $3,000, down to what, $2,400 now. So Parks has made some movement in the right direction on this, but yes, it was, it was getting, it's a very long process and a deeply involved one that's hard to explain, but at least I think we're going in the right direction here. So, but still would like to see it cheaper. But anyway, it's been an ongoing issue. I think that Councilmember Koo has our last question. Then we're going to move to the DOC.
Yes, I forgot the important questions you asked. Sorry about it. Yeah. So, Commissioner, during the preliminary budget, we asked about a dedicated maintenance worker for historic houses. The department said they were in the process of interviewing. Has that position been filled yet?
That right now we're interviewing for that position. So we heard you loud and clear, and that we're in the process of hiring that person.
So will park workers hire at the same levels as before the pandemic?
The answer is, well, let me answer this way so I understand your question. All of the seasonals will be restored. In addition, we have 2,500 workers from the cleaning corps, and we have summer youth employment. So there will be well over 3,000 more employees in our parks this year than last year. So that's the best way I can answer your question, that we are restoring the seasonal cuts. And on top of that, we have the cleaning corps and the summer youth employment program.
Okay. So tree pruning, sidewalk repair, and invasive species control are all line items that were cut this past fiscal year. Will the budget for this be restored? These specific items, tree pruning?
Rather than me looking, is if Commissioner Stark is on the call, if you can respond to that one.
It was actually better than restored. It was never cut in next year's budget. So we have the full $8 million for pruning. It was only a one-time cut. And we have our other tree money available. The only thing that was moved out is we did a swap for the trees and sidewalks program, which is now going to be paid for out of the capital budget.
What about invasive species control?
You know that back? Yeah. Yes, we have that back in next year's budget also. Once again, it was a one-year cut.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Chair Drum, there are no further questions.
Okay, we try to give you the best present yet, Commissioner, which is to wrap this up a little early for you, but
you did, and I want to thank you again for your partnership over the years. It's truly been a pleasure. And again, I just look forward to now being a citizen here in New York and enjoying your company on the other side of the table. So thank you all for your support and partnership over the past 7 years.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thanks to everybody at the park staff. We appreciate you coming in today and giving us testimony. Thank you again.
Thank you, Chair Drum, for your past 12 years of leadership and friendship.
Thank you, Peter Koo. Okay. We're not done yet, Peter, but we got a little more to go.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, we're now going to take about a 3-minute break, and then we'll be right back with the Department of Correction. I asked my colleagues who will be joining us for the parks portion of the who will be joining us for the DOC portion of the hearing to remain in this Zoom with your microphone muted until we're ready to begin. Just 3-minute break.
Chair Powers, are you ready at this time?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Sergeants, do we want to do a sound check with Department of Corrections?
Good afternoon, Department of Correction is here.
You're coming in loud and clear.
Great.
Okay, Chair Drum, we can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council's 7th day of hearings on the Mayor's Executive Budget for Fiscal 22. My name is Daniel Drum and I chair the Finance Committee. We previously heard from the Department of Parks and Recreation, and now we will hear from the Department of Correction. We are joined by the Committee on Criminal Justice, chaired by Councilmember Keith Powers. We're also joined by several of our colleagues. I will be announcing them shortly. And let me just start with my introduction here. In 2015, Federal Monitor Steve Martin was appointed to oversee a wide range of reforms to address violence in the city's jails because of the Nunez consent judgment. Last week, Martin released his 11th report. I want to briefly address his troubled findings, which may help to explain why the department struggles to manage its $1.2 billion budget and over 10,000 employees. Martin concludes that despite making considerable progress in some areas of reform, the Department of Correction struggles to meaningfully reform the agency, and that more specifically, the department's mismanagement and dysfunctional leadership seriously undermine the agency's own reform efforts. Reform efforts must be accepted by thousands of frontline staff and supervisors, and this cannot happen under these conditions. Without addressing these issues, the department won't be able to comply with the consent judgment. Martin's findings on staffing and resource management are especially alarming. He finds that the department struggles to manage its large number of staff productively, to deploy them effectively, to supervise them responsibly, and to elevate their base level of skill. He also states that in most cases, it appears the staff and supervisors are simply unwilling or unable to accept and execute their core responsibilities, such as to provide basic services and resolve interpersonal conflict, and instead seek more staff to address the problem. Martin is skeptical of the department's claim that it is understaffed, concluding instead that there's a false perception of understaffing, mostly because staff are inadequately deployed and inefficiently managed. The department's response with excessive staff presence to most routine incidents, and especially undercuts any claim that it is understaffed. In that context, I am especially weary when the department's actual and budgeted uniform headcount continue to be imbalanced in the executive budget. Not only does the department continue to maintain 1,454 excess positions, but the executive budget funds 400 additional corrections officers for fiscal 22. The change the department needs most is not more corrections officers. I look forward to hearing more during the hearing, but for now, I'll turn it over to Chair Powers for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Drum, and hi all. Thank you for being here today. I am City Council Member Keith Powers, Chair of the Committee on Criminal Justice. And thanks everyone for spending some time with us today to go through the Department of Corrections fiscal 2022 executive budget, which totals $1.17 billion and increases $26.8 million since adoption. The executive budget supports a headcount of 7,460 uniform positions and 1,827 civilian positions, approximately 3% of the city's workforce. And there are roughly 5,600 individuals who are in the department's custody as of yesterday. We'll also be reviewing the department's $6.5 billion executive capital commitment plan, most of which is supporting the borough-based jails projects. Although the executive budget includes relatively minor adjustments to the agency's budget, it does introduce some notable changes. The executive budget includes $10.4 million for 400 new correction officers in fiscal year 2022, the first academy class in several years. As Chair Dromm described, recent findings in the 11th Federal Monitors Report raise serious concerns about the department's ability to effectively manage and supervise its current staff, which is already over its authorized budget. The committee here today would like the department to explain how 400 new officers will help the department address the profound challenges it now faces, and also the challenges ahead in the coming fiscal year. Indeed, as the monitor describes, the dominant staffing models within the facilities appear to promote the idea that the addition of staff will solve all problems, when in fact it appears the staff simply need to be deployed more effectively. It appears that the administration has in fact taken that similar approach in this executive budget. The monitor's findings are deeply troubling to many of us, and together with the recent reports about 24-hour shifts and rising violence and the department's own claims of operational challenge, I and the committee members here remain concerned about the current direction of the agency. It's not apparent how the executive budget addresses many of those issues raised, and today we want to hear about how the executive budget allocates the agency's ample resources to address these issues and how we got to this point and where we go from here. I want to thank my staff, the finance division, and the committee staff for all their hard work. Finance analyst Jack Story, unit head Isha Wright, deputy director Regina Pareda-Ryan, policy analyst Kishore Denny, committee counsel Agatha Mavropoulos, I always get that wrong, my legislative director, Sarah Newman, and my chief of staff, Kate Theobald. I'd also like to welcome and thank Commissioner Brand and DOC's leadership here for being here today to answer our questions. And of course, want to recognize, I believe this is Commissioner Brand's last hearing and last budget with us. So I want to say thank you to her for her service here to the city. And I also, just on a personal note, this is also, I think, the last hearing I get to do on the budget with my friend and chair, Councilmember Dromm. It's not his last hearing. I'm sorry to tell you that, Councilmember Dromm, but he has been an amazing steward of this committee over the last few years and a terrific chair who asks very hard questions when they need to be asked, particularly in the area of criminal justice. And I know that he will probably love to have this free time back after this month, but I do want to say a very big thank you to him for his guidance and leadership here in the council over a very difficult process and very time-consuming process. So with that, I'll hand it back to him to take it from there.
Thank you very much, Chair Powers, and thank you very much for your kind words. I deeply appreciate it, and I want to also applaud your leadership and your courage for taking on the very strong issues and for supporting the criminal justice reforms that I think are so critical and important to making sure that we treat our incarcerated individuals more fairly and justly. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we're going to go to council, who is going to introduce the commissioner and swear them in.
Thank you, Chair Dromm. My name is Noah Brick, and I'm counsel to the New York City Council Committee on Finance. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone you will be on mute until you are recognized to speak, at which time you will be unmuted by the Zoom host. If you mute yourself after you have been unmuted, you will need to be unmuted again by the host. Please be aware that there could be a delay in muting and unmuting, so please be patient. During this portion of today's hearing, we will hear testimony from the Department of Correction. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask questions, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you will be called on to speak. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes, including responses. I'm just going to interject, recognizing the council members who have joined us. In addition to the two chairs, we have Council Member Adams, Councilmember Embry Samuel, Councilmember Barron, Councilmember Darma Diaz, Councilmember Gibson, Councilmember Grudenchuk, Councilmember Holden, Councilmember Kozlowitz, Councilmember Lander, Councilmember Levin, Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Riley, Councilmember Rivera, Councilmember Rosenthal, and Councilmember Van Bramer. I will now administer the affirmation to the administration witnesses one time and then ask each witness to so affirm. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief. Commissioner Brand,
I do.
Ms. Jennings,
I do.
Ms. Cook,
I do.
Ms. Manglini Liddy,
I do.
I'm sorry about that. Ms. Grossman,
I do.
Ms. Richardson,
I do.
Ms. Lyons,
I do.
Dr. Beal,
I do.
and Ms. Ringter Inc.
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Brand. You may begin when ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Powers, Chair Drum, and members of the Criminal Justice and Finance Committees. I'm joined this afternoon by members of my leadership team, including First Deputy Commissioner Linnell McGinley Liddy, Chief of Department Hazel Jennings, Chief of Staff Brenda Cook, Deputy Chief for Financial Facilities and Fleet Administration Patricia Lyons, Deputy Commissioner of the Investigative Division Serena Townsend, Deputy Commissioner for Legal Matters Heidi Grossman, Deputy General Counsel Lisa Richardson, and Deputy Commissioner for Programs and Partnerships Judy Beal. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to update the Council on some of the critical issues facing the department and speak about the fiscal year 2022 executive budget. The Department of Correction is at a pivotal place in its cultural and operational transformation. Over the course of my tenure at the Department of Correction, I have had the privilege of realizing a number of critical reforms, including important changes that many had not thought possible. We have focused on improving conditions for both staff and those in custody, and I am proud of the work we have accomplished. All of our staff now have access to a state-of-the-art wellness center where they can tend to their physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Training has been updated and expanded and now includes professional development courses, as well as a myriad of online classes that can be accessed from any network computer. For those in our custody, our work resulted in an 80% reduction in the use of punitive segregation and the firm commitment to end it completely this year. The provision of free phone calls and an unprecedented investment in programming and reentry support. The department is also in partial or substantial compliance with over 90% of the Nunes consent decree requirements, which required building new data systems, vetting and training thousands of staff, and developing new programs and policies. We acknowledge, however, there is a lot more work to be done. While there are still significant challenges, I am confident that we are well positioned to address these matters with purpose, transparency, and most of all, accountability. As we look to our future, it's critical that we understand the issues facing the department today and the steps we must take to successfully move forward. As compared to previous years, our current population is more likely to be affiliated with a security risk group and more likely to be incarcerated awaiting trial for a serious violent felony. However, understanding this trend is critical to devising meaningful and impactful solutions that help maintain the safety of our facilities and support successful reentry. As such, the department is shifting to an individual case management model that will address the specific needs of each person in our care. Over the course of my tenure, I have been proud to partner with several sister agencies in efforts to improve overall public safety. For the safety and well-being of those in our care, it is my hope that these partnerships will be built upon in the years to come. Before turning to the department's fiscal year 2022 budget, I would also like to address the impact the pandemic has had on our staff. Department of Corrections staff have been on the front lines of this crisis since the earliest days of the pandemic. For 15 months, my staff and I have worked to provide the public with round-the-clock updates on our efforts to stop the spread of COVID-19 and modify long-established services to provide them in a safe manner. Together, we have succeeded in managing a crisis, but individually, our staff have also experienced the same personal and familial traumas as all New Yorkers. As the Council knows, in our efforts to afford safe social distancing the department reopened a recently closed facility and temporarily halted plans to close 2 other jails. Although these were necessary steps to take in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, it resulted in the operation of more housing units and more facilities that had been contemplated at this point in the borough-based jail consolidation plan, which meant that there were many more posts that needed to be filled by a smaller number of available uniformed staff. As the pandemic continued, we have seen the toll that this scope of operation has had on our staff, all who have been on the front lines of this crisis since the beginning. I want to be clear that the leadership of this agency is doing everything possible to reduce overtime, eliminate instances of staff working into a triple tour, and support our hardworking officers during this difficult time. The Office of Administration closely monitors the length of staff tours and oversees redeployments of uniformed staff into jail facilities from every corner of the department. We have closely reviewed facility scheduling, stationed a medical doctor at our headquarters to help clear staff who have been medically monitored or modified for full duty posts, and taken important steps to ensure sick leave guidelines are being properly adhered to. This week, we were able to once again close EMTC, allowing for redeployment of staff to our remaining open facilities. In addition, this fall, the department will welcome a class of 400 new officers, all of whom will further support safe jail operations. As difficult as these months have been, I believe we are on the right path to overcoming our overtime challenges and creating a better workplace for our staff. With regard to the fiscal year 2022 executive budget and its impact on DOC, the department's fiscal year 2022 expense budget is $1.18 billion. The vast majority of this, 87%, is allocated for personal services and 13% for other than personal services. The fiscal year 2022 budget is $38 million more than this year's budget of $1.14 billion. This increase is largely due to the addition of a correction officer class, various collective bargaining funding, and miscellaneous adjustments for utilities. With regard to the capital funding, fiscal year 2022 executive capital budget and commitment plan totals $9.7 billion, which covers fiscal years 2021 through 2031. I'd like to highlight several changes to the funding stream for the borough-based jails program. To better align the projected cash flow based on the current procurement schedule, a total of $147.7 million was shifted from FY21 through FY24 to FY25 through FY27. And a total of $92.6 million was moved from DOC's miscellaneous construction lump sum to other agencies for projects supporting the borough-based jail points of agreement. Although there were ambitious goals outlined in prior financial plans to close several DOC facilities to align with a projected substantial decrease in the average daily population in custody, COVID-19 has prevented the department from safely fulfilling all of the financial plan assumptions. We will continue to work closely with OMB to ensure the department and the city receive adequate reimbursement from the federal government as it relates to the cost of keeping facilities operating longer than expected to promote safety and social distancing for our staff and those in custody. Over the past several years, we have been able to reduce uniformed overtime spending from $240.4 million in fiscal year 17 to $198.1 million in fiscal year 2018 to $154.8 million in fiscal year 19 to $129 million in fiscal year 2020 to a projected $133.8 million in fiscal year 2021. Given decreased staffing levels and the need to keep open housing units and facilities that have been slated for closure in order to promote safe social distancing, the department does not anticipate a reduction in overtime this year. In closing, I'd like to say to all New Yorkers that it has been an honor to cap my 40-year career in law enforcement with 4 years of leading this agency. The individuals working for the Department of Correction are among the most dedicated and hardworking people I know. Together, we have laid a foundation that will not only support a significant shift in correctional practices at our department, but will serve as a model for others across the nation. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued support. My colleagues and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to turn it back to council, who needs to swear in another person, I believe.
Thank you, Chair Drum. Yeah, I've been informed that I didn't swear in Ms. Townsend, so I'm going to repeat the affirmation. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, Ms. Townsend?
I do.
Chair Drum, you may proceed.
Yes, I'm just trying to switch my power source here. Okay. Commissioner Brand, let me start off with a question. I wrote you a letter recently about visitation. Why has the department not allowed visitation in over a year, while state prisons are allowing visitation?
So, Councilmember Dunn, thank you. I appreciate that question because we have been ready to reopen visitation since last fall. We had a plan. The city's COVID rate increased and we were unable to reopen to the public. I personally had a conversation with Dr. Chowsky about a week and a half ago, explaining to him our situation and our desire to reopen not only visitation, but programs and services to all those in our custody and bring back our service providers into our jails. We are working with DOHMH every day to make sure that we can safely do this. We are waiting for the green light from them, but we expect to be reopened by mid-June.
So what is the difference then between what you're doing and what state prisons are doing that doesn't allow you to open the doors for visitation and or program?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with what State Docs is doing or not doing, which caused them to open for visitations. I'm only aware that we need DOHMH to tell us that we are ready to reopen.
Well, I hope that somebody would educate themselves about what State Docs is doing, because if they're able to do it, I don't know why you're not able to do it. And it's been over a year, no programs, no visitation. And we definitely know, and studies have shown, that the best way to rehabilitate people is to keep them connected to family and loved ones. I mean, Mother's Day passed just recently, and just think of all the mothers that are there that didn't have an opportunity to meet with their families or their loved ones. I mean, it's just unconscionable that you can sit and say, well, DOH hasn't done it, hasn't allowed us. Well, what do we got to do to get DOH to allow us? Do you know what DOH is saying has got to be done?
Well, first, let me say I agree with you that keeping people connected to their support system is critical to reentry. We have continued visits electronically. Folks have taken advantage of that, being able to do visits, much like we are doing Zoom meetings to keep the business of the city going. People take advantage of that quite frequently and have kept people in touch. In fact, have kept people who would not normally have contact with their family in touch with their family. Example, people who live out of state and couldn't have in-person visits. So we are keeping people connected. I can tell you that our staff here work daily with DOHMH. We have a plan, we are ready to go. We just need them to give us the green light.
And what about packages, Commissioner? Are detainees receiving packages?
Do you mean packages through the mail?
No, right, like packages from their loved ones, their family from the outside.
Yes.
With basic essential supplies, books, magazines, things like that.
So the delivery of packages and mail has not stopped throughout the pandemic. And to go back to your statement about programs, there's been no programs. Our staff have been delivering programs, albeit in a modified way. But now all of our program staff are back in the jails doing work with the individuals in our custody.
You know, I could go on and on and on, but let me go to the Federal Monitor's report because that was pretty damning. The Federal Monitor's 11th report describes alarming and pervasive chaos and disorder in DOC's facilities and concludes that the department is struggling to manage itself to meaningfully reform the agency. How does the executive budget shift resources to support the agency's reform and address the current disorder in the city's jails? Now, that's not me saying that. That's the Federal Monitor saying it. A lot of people like to say, oh, Drum, you know, he criticizes. That's not me. I feel validated and vindicated by what the Federal Monitor is saying, because I've been saying it for 10 years.
So he does say that, but I want to reiterate that we are also in partial or substantial compliance with 90% of the consent decree, which there are 382 individual stipulations. We acknowledge that there's much more work to do. We have not seen.
Commissioner, can I stop you there? The main point of Mr. Martin's report was basically administrative staff who's out of control and is not in charge of what's going on. How do you respond as the person responsible for that to what the Federal Monitor said?
So we work every day with our facility leadership staff to reinforce the content of the consent decree and the requirements of our duties. We provide training in best core correctional practices. We have changed the vision and mission and values of the department to better reflect modern correctional practices. We are reviewing incidents daily, and we have reviews to show the command staff where folks may have gone wrong and how we can do better. We are administrating discipline in cases that discipline is appropriate, and we counsel staff daily. We have our compliance and safety center that up until our recent staffing shortages, we're monitoring live in the housing units, guiding staff on procedural errors that could be corrected in real time. So we are working every day to get in compliance with those 10% that the monitor is talking about. Which is
how many administrative staff have you disciplined?
Excuse me? I'm sorry,
How many administrative staff have you disciplined or fired?
We have disciplined thousands of staff throughout the tenure of the consent.
Administrative staff of the people who are responsible, the top people who are responsible for the running of the jail, which the monitor is criticizing.
Our discipline crosses all levels. So we have disciplined officers.
So then tell me about what I just asked, which is the administrative staff.
I can get those numbers to you. I don't have the exact number of people that we have disciplined. I can get that to you.
Thank you. That would be very helpful because that's what the monitor was pointing to. And it's, by the way, it's this attitude that there's nothing done, that nothing is being done that needs correcting, that continues this legacy of inefficiency, of corruption, of mistreatment of the detainees, and an inability to get control of it. And I just don't understand your resistance to it. I for the life of me, cannot understand your resistance to acknowledging that. In order to solve a problem, you need to acknowledge it. And by the way, it's the top that has to acknowledge it. According to the PMMR, the mental health profile of the jail population has changed relative to prior years. The report shows that most people in the department's custody have a mental health diagnosis. 17% have a serious mental health diagnosis, and the percentage of people in security risk group has increased compared to last year. Meanwhile, the department's program budget for health and programs remains increased by 2.5 million to just 49 million, or 4% of DOC's $1.2 billion budget. So why does the executive budget remain effectively flat in this area in light of the emerging challenges of managing the jail facilities? I mean, you have alluded to some of the programs where you've had success, and I've seen some of them. I forget the acronym that was used, but maybe it was CARES in the jail where I visited, where people are doing out of cell time and interacting with others and properly trained corrections officers. Why is there no increase or minimal in terms of the programmatic pieces?
So before I have DC Beal talk about programs, I think you're referring to CAPS or PACE?
CAPS, I'm sorry, that's right.
Yes.
Yes.
So you have to recall that CHS, Correctional Health Services, are our partners in this effort. And so they provide the mental health treatment. So that would not necessarily be reflected in DOC's budget. So I will let DC Beal talk about the programs that she is overseeing.
So we have recently implemented an individualized program plan with individuals in custody, whereby in order to help an individual change their behavior, you have to first understand what their risks are, what their risks and needs are. And so we've implemented a needs assessment that will take place between the correctional counselor and the individual in custody as soon as they arrive in their housing unit. Once that needs assessment is completed, we then move forward with establishing a program plan to address those risks. It is entirely collaborative in the effort to get this program plan pulled together between the counselor and the person in custody. And they have to decide that they would like to partake in any of the programming that's laid out in this plan.
So, I used to be a New York City public school teacher for 25 years before I got elected to the city council. One of the things that we're trying to do with the DOE and which they've, taken a liking to recently has been restorative justice programs. And I know that with restorative justice, you can train the teachers, but if you don't train the whole staff, you're not going to get the type of response you need. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. As a teacher, I would try to use restorative practices in my classroom, but when I would take the kids down to lunch and come back to pick them up after lunch, there was a whole bunch of them sitting on the bench in the principal's office because other staff had not been trained to do that. Do the programs that you're talking about also train corrections officers to partake and buy into the programs that you're talking about?
They are not trained in how the curriculum gets delivered, but they do need to be made aware of what curriculum is being taught, and they need to understand how to support the skills and thinking that goes into those programs. We are, in fact, working on training teams, interdisciplinary teams, which is a combination of uniform and non-uniform staff in the delivery of a unit management model, which does provide a multidisciplinary approach to the support of the people in custody.
So let me go to my next question, which is that the executive budget continues to support DOC's reliance on excessive staffing and force to solve all problems, in the words of the Federal Monitor. Why then would the Federal Monitor be saying that if your programs are so successful?
I'm not sure you can connect the two with what you're referring to with regard to having too many staff and using force. The two don't necessarily connect. So
how so? If you're using restorative, or if you're using practices that are meant to support the detainees, how is it not related to then also having to resort to violent physical interactions with the detainees? One would assume that the programs that you're talking about are successful enough to prevent the violence.
Well, they may be successful enough to prevent the violence with the people who are partaking of those programs. There is no mandate for anyone in our custody to participate in programs. So our counselors do whatever they can to develop a rapport and a relationship with those in their caseload to entice them, to encourage them to take advantage of those programs so that they can enhance their life skills and they can return to their communities with more opportunity to be successful. Not everybody engages in those programs. And I want to be clear that not everybody in our custody engages in violence or gets into an incident where there's a use of force. There's a small percentage of people who commit the violence over and over and over again. And those typically are the same people who do not wish to engage in programs. That's not to say that we give up on them. We never give up on anyone. We still work with them and try to encourage them to participate. And so there, in a correctional setting, there is need for force at times to stop something from happening, from breaking up a fight, to redirect someone from where they were headed to a place where they're supposed
Commissioner, you and I have argued this ad nauseum, to be honest with you. And yet the situation never changes. And now you're asking for more corrections officers. And yet the federal monitor has said that more corrections officers are not going to solve the problem that you're describing. So what, I know you're leaving, but what I should be saying is I hope that the next commissioner who comes in will be able to address these concerns of the federal monitor. I'm going to leave it there because the answers go round and round. You denied the use of solitary confinement. 2 weeks later, the mayor makes an announcement saying he's ending solitary confinement. So I wish we could just get a straight answer from somebody at DOC as to what really is going on. And I support what the mayor's done, but I think it should go further, to be honest with you. But, you know, it's absolutely amazing to me. What is the relationship between the department's current staff? Oh, can the department explain why there have been steady reports of understaffing and 24-hour shifts, giving the monitor's finding that it is established practice for staff and supervisors to call on more staff and specialized units to respond to routine incidents, not just violent incidents? Now, I was there when I saw one of the emergency squads run in and attack or whatever was going on. I don't know. But it was a horrible, horrible scene. I've heard of the gassing of the students when the students were there. Can you explain to me the reports of the understaffing and the 24-hour shifts and why you have to use so many specialized units to respond to the routine incidents?
So good afternoon. This is Chief Jennings.
Can you speak up a little bit because it's hard to hear you?
I said, good afternoon. This is Chief Jennings speaking, and I want to first address to talk about staffing and what we have been doing to reduce and prohibit people from working a triple tour. So it's not 24 hours. We do have a policy where staff are required to work overtime. However, we have had 2 facilities open, which should have been closed, but due to COVID and social distancing, those facilities had remained open. And so because we have spread out our population where we could have a certain amount of individuals in every housing area, we also had to spread out staffing. And so we have deployed and come up with a redeployment program so that we can make sure that we deploy staff into the facilities that were occurring the most overtime, prohibiting staff from going into a triple tour. That has happened. We have also been able to successfully close EMTC this past Monday so that we could deploy the staff to the facilities where they have the least amount of headcount. We have also seen high numbers of staff who were calling in sick and who have been sick, and staff that's not available to us. I have to say that during this pandemic, we have experienced extreme conditions in which we have saw violence at one time decrease, and then it has gone back up significantly. And so we still, the safety, security, and the well-being of our staff has been paramount and will always be important. But there are multiple reasons why we have seen varying either with our population, where at one time we were averaging 1,200 people a day go to court prior to the pandemic. During the pandemic, we've only seen approximately 300 or less people being produced to court, which has created a backlog of individuals in our custody. When we first did bail reform, our count was under 3,900. We're back up to 5,600 individuals. We have a backlog of approximately 989 individuals who have been in our custody for over 600 days. There was also a point where we had our transfers to state custody, which stopped, and we have now successfully been able, since March 30th, to transfer approximately 450 people to state custody. And so where we are a detention facility, it has never been designed to actually act and operate as a prison. And so when we have people who are staying in our custody for long periods of time, when we have approximately 1,800 of our individuals in custody who are gang affiliated, we are a community. And so when they act out in the community and they come into our facilities, the violence just does not stop, sir. And so when we find that our young adult population that we have predominantly housed or housing in RNDC, there are a lot of challenges with that group. And so when we talk about the monitor's report where it says, we have adapted the incident command system with response to violent incidents. We have the ability to call for 4 levels of responses that we need in our facility. We have an A level where it could be just a dispute or disruptive individual or inmate on inmate fight with no weapons, where there are only a captain and 4 individuals show up to try to quell and de-escalate situations. We also have a B level, which is the probe team, which the monitor speaks to. And that is devised of 1 captain with 6 officers, one of which has a video camera operator. And the only time there is a level C where the emergency response unit responds to a facility when things are escalating. Violent incidents where we have multiple people fighting with weapons. We have barricade situations where the emergency response unit does respond to assist the facility. And so again, it's really about keeping people safe. They're only responding to violence, and we have to keep that as our priority, sir.
Well, I just would be very curious to know, since it's not only me who's saying this, but it's the federal monitor who's also criticizing your response to this, how you're going to comply with the federal monitor. Rather than be defensive about it, I would hope that you would find or look to find ways that you can correct the situation. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Powers. I may come back with other questions later, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Drum. I'm going to pick up just on the staffing issue here and the proposed new class of 400 officers by the department. Can you just be more specific with us exactly the need right now with 400 officers getting to your existing headcount and what that class of 400 officers will, why it's required in terms of filling in the challenges right now at the agency?
Sure, Chair Powers, thank you for the question. So in working with City Hall and LB and reviewing the amount of available correction officer candidates on open and active lists, we came up with that 10% of that availability, 400 would be an appropriate class to seat at this time. And the seating of that class is to assist the department with the attrition backfill that we are experiencing. And the funding was only allocated for one fiscal year. So we're going to continue to work with OMB to monitor attrition as it continues to occur, to see if funding would be required again in future fiscal years. But as of now, the funding and the headcount for those positions are only in fiscal year 22.
Yeah, I was trying to ask a little more about the actual need right now in terms of challenges that the agency is facing. But let me ask this question. The department right now maintains an active uniform headcount of 8,673, which is 20% higher than its budgeted headcount of 7,219. In addition, both the budgeted headcount and actual headcount remain higher significantly than the average daily population. How are we justifying an increase of 400 correction officers while you're currently over budgeted? And what is the operational challenge that the agency sees right now that requires hiring new officers when we are at a sort of level right now, which is both over budgeted and significantly higher than the current population, but certainly the population we might expect. I hear Chief Jennings' point about the stresses created by COVID. We are emerging, I think, out of that crisis, hopefully soon, or making progress on that and seeing substantial changes in our numbers here. That might lead you to expect, as you stated, closing facilities, lowering the population as some of those challenges get solved. So I think the council, I will ask the question here of justifying an increase of 400 officers based on the current state of the headcount, both over budgeted and the actual headcount. So I'd like to hear more about the purpose and need of that.
So on any given day, we could have close to 2,000 members of staff who are not available to work on an inmate-facing post. And that could be for a variety of reasons. Either they're on terminal leave, which means they're separating from the agency. They could be on military leave, maternity leave, FMLA, some other kind of sick leave, or they could be back at work, but in such a medical condition that they cannot be on a post that has inmate contact. So that, combined with the fact that we had to keep 3 facilities open that we were not planning on keeping open for a significant period of time, plus keeping our density down around 50% for COVID, that has increased the stress on our staff. And so when people are really tired, when they are working double shifts, they have to take care of themselves. And some people have taken advantage of that by taking sick time. And we acknowledge that working double shifts is not healthy. Certainly working triple shifts is not healthy. During this time, we continue to lose staff through regular attrition and some staff through investigations and discipline. And so hiring and vetting a 400-person class that would start in the fall doesn't even put those folks onto the floor until about 6 months later. So we won't see any benefit from hiring this class now until sometime next year.
So it sounds to me like it doesn't solve your immediate operational challenges, which is about shifts and staffing in light of COVID. We're talking 6 months later. Which to me sounds like a period of time where you might have the opportunity here to, your social distancing will be less needed, hopefully, with, where COVID numbers are headed. You will, be able to close. I think you have closed facilities. You may start seeing some of those challenges around courts and state transfers. I think some of those are already starting to be resolved. So in 6 months from now, I guess the question that is it necessary for 400 new officers in light of the fact that if we're not having an immediate challenge right now? I would expect that we would see some of those challenges to be resolved in the next 6 months to a year. It feels like I'm still unclear why we would hire folks to not resolve an immediate short-term challenge nor really feel necessary in a year from now.
So I don't have a crystal ball. I sure wish I did. I did not think we would still be here in this situation of social distancing and mask wearing and all of the sanitation that we have to do 15 months after this started. I would hope by next year that we would not be in this position, but hope is not a plan, and we have to have a plan. We lose between 80 and 100 people a month in regular attrition. And we still have old jails where the design of these facilities require officers to move people to wherever they're going. If you recall, when we talked about the design of the new borough-based jails, services will come to the housing unit. Recreation will be on housing units. All the services, all medical, everything will happen within the place that you live. Now, these jails are large, they're sprawling, they're old, they require the officers to escort people wherever they're going. So it's not just a one-to-one ratio of we have more staff than inmates. It's how the facility is designed. Some of the housing units require minimum staffing levels because of the population that are in that housing unit. It's very complicated.
I know that no doubt about it, and I'm not going to say that I'm an expert in the logistics of running these facilities. I think from the observer and to the public, for instance, with money we're spending here, I think there is a reasonable question that is asked here about what my report has stated, which is the management of that staff. I think there's a question about the needs and the amount of spending we're doing on all of that, and I think it's appropriate to ask those questions, and I do hope the facility solves some of those problems, but we are quite staffed right now when it comes to this agency, and I do think we're hopeful we'll see it, changes as a part of COVID. And we're in our budget process right now, which is a little bit of a crystal ball process. Can you tell us? I'm just going to stand this time. Can you tell us what is the policy around overtime in the agency, and how many officers right now are exceeding the policy requirements?
So currently, we have a policy which is broken down by officers, captains, and ADW as to how many hours per month they can work overtime, in which right now, because of the shortage of staff and the amount of people that are unavailable to us, some of them have been exceeding their overtime amounts that they could do monthly. But as I said, Monday, we have been able to successfully close the Eric and Taylor Center, and we're still using our COVID housing, where we are using one facility, which is the Otis Banton Correctional Facility, to now house all of our new admission individuals to keep down the spread of COVID. And so we're hoping that if the spread and our infection rate gets to a point that we can go back to normal operations, where we are able to do our new admission processing and the 3 existing facilities, we can also successfully, once courts open and we continue losing people to state custody, we can also successfully close the OBCC. And so it's a lot of moving parts. We are trying to reduce the amount of overtime in which we're spending. And so, we currently have ANKC, which is our largest facility. We were on pace, and we had one time had 50% of that facility closed, which is what we were mandated to do. And when COVID did hit, it made us open back up the entire facility just through our safe housing management.
Chair Powers, I would just like to respond to your comment. I absolutely believe it's reasonable to ask those questions. These are taxpayer dollars. So I hope my explanation helped in understanding how staffing levels are created. The extra step that we've also taken is that the Office of Administration under Assistant Chief Remberg has now begun to centralize out of headquarters facility scheduling. And we believe that that is going to address some of the concerns that the monitor has about the facilities not being able to do that appropriately themselves.
Is there, I wanted to thank you for that question. I want to ask a follow-up question. You had mentioned 2,000 individuals on any given moment who might be out for various causes, whether it's about, you said military leave, family leave, sick leave, medical, a number of different separating from the agency. Can you give us today, for instance, how many individuals are out and exactly what the breakdown would be of those different categories of being out of work?
So this is the data over there. Yeah, so we can give it for a couple of days.
Just a moment, it's being passed out here.
This is what I'm going to divide it back. He has that here.
My last data as of April 16th is the most current, but I can give you for this month, I can send it to you.
Okay.
We had 88 on modified duty, which means they cannot have inmate facing post. 33 on suspension, 512 on indefinite sick, 74 terminal leave, 63 on continuous FMLA, 276 on intermittent FMLA, 155 on military leave, and 676 on medically monitored category 3. So that's a total of 1,877.
And what's the total number? 1,877? Okay, so big number. If I was, for instance, had COVID or symptoms of COVID or an illness, which category am I in for that? Is that the one with the 512 sick?
Yes.
Okay. So on April 16th, okay, 500 individual. Okay. Does that number seem ordinary to you, or does what in a normal day non-COVID is that number?
These numbers look distant to me over the past 15 months.
So I just, this is Chair Powers, this is Chief of Staff Cook. I just want to correct one thing. The numbers that the commissioner provided to you, that 512 is indefinite sick, which is different than staff who just call out sick on a particular day for a one-off event and then may return the next day or 2 days later. So this 1,877 number doesn't include those that are out just sick if they have a stomach ache or.
Okay, so what would be that number be on April 6th?
Right now, so I can tell you that yesterday's number was just over 1,200. Individuals were in a sick status as of just on yesterday. That's separate from this 1,877. And the department has been averaging about 1,300 people a day for the last 4 to 5 months in that sick status. We saw an uptick in the total number of daily sick, again, for people who wake up and don't feel well and want to let us know that they're going to take a sick day. That number started to tick up at the end of the year as around Thanksgiving, as we saw in particular the COVID numbers start to pick up as well in the community. And so the prior to the start of the pandemic in March of 2020, our department daily sick, our average sick of that category was about 400 people a day. And so, we see that in the last several months that on certain days of the week, particularly weekends, we'll see that number of daily sick rise close to 2,000 people.
So on a given weekend, you might have a fourth of your department that is out sick. Is that correct? And then that in addition to, that would be separate from the category that the commissioner shared with us, which is all the other categories?
Correct. That is correct.
Does that concern you?
Yes,
absolutely.
Absolutely.
But I guess it could, it should concern all of us for whatever reason you decide to be concerned about it, what concerns me is that 1,300 is a, you know, what 15, I don't know, 15% of your, maybe more shade under 20% of your entire agency is out in a given moment. Is there any step? I mean, it's an incredible number. Are there any steps here? The agent, I guess, my starting point is what maybe if you could share with me what you attribute that number, why that number is so high.
Well, I can't speak for the motivations or the reasons behind the absences, other than staff are reporting that they're not well enough on those instances to come to work. But what I can tell you that I absolutely know is that the department has taken aggressive measures to ensure that our policies are being used appropriately, and we have created task forces to address home visits. And so certain staff, when they have used sick leave at a frequency that triggers something called chronic, where they've used sick at a total of 40 or more days in a rolling 12-month period. When they go out sick after that event, then on the days that they're sick, they're subject to what's called recreation hours. And so they can only be out of their house during permissible hours. And so there's a group of staff who are out sick on any given day, but have that status of chronic applied to them. And so we will do home visits to ensure that they in fact are where they're supposed to be when they're off on sick. And so we have increased our efforts to address that abuse of that sick policy in particular with those individuals, and we have been identifying and disciplining accordingly with lost days, suspensions, and up to terminations and resignations from staff that we have in fact been catching at a higher rate of frequency misusing that policy. We've also been working with, as the commissioner mentioned at the outset, I believe that we have a medically modified status, trying to get staff who are in a status that it makes them unable to work a particular post that would be most helpful to the department in a housing unit or faces persons in custody in that way, that a post that we have to run across tours and we're not able to shift reduce with issues of short staff. So to get more staff eligible to return to those posts, we have to ensure that they can be medically cleared to return to a medically modified status that is permissible. And so we've been stationed part of our health management division's medical team here at the headquarters, and we've been transporting staff directly from their commands while they're at work to have them seen by our HMD staff to in fact see if anyone is then eligible to be cleared to a duty status that could work one of those eligible posts. And so those are two particular ways that we've been addressing the use of the sick policy. And then I know that Deputy Commissioner Townsend could also address matters that are making their way into the trials division with respect to medical incompetence and separation, efforts to separate and terminate staff who are again, in a position where they're either abusing our policies or incapable to perform the duties.
Yeah, could you share us the data on exactly how many individuals have gone through a process there based finding to be abusing that policy?
So this task force has been recently put together, and the process of going through the disciplinary process is quite lengthy. However, there have been individuals who have already resigned or retired in light of these home visits and in light of pending discipline. And so what happens is we bring them in for interviews and then we charge them accordingly. And so I can get you specific numbers if you'd like, but this is kind of a relatively recent process that we've started, but already relatively effective at either bringing people back to work or forcing them at this point to resign. Or charging them in the alternative if we do find them either out of residence or abusing the sick policy.
You have 1,300 out today. How is that effective?
What is the question?
The question is, you said it's an effective deterrent. I was asking that, I think you have 1,300 out today. So I'm asking if it is being an effective deterrent, if that many individuals remain out.
When I say it's effective, I'm referring to the people that we've actually visited. We have seen success there. Obviously, we don't have 1,300 investigators, and I have staff that I have to deal with on that front, but we have seen that those that we have visited, it has been an effective process, and the hope is the more people that are affected this way, it will be a trickle-down effect, and people will hear that others are being disciplined for abusing the sick leave, and that's the hope at this point.
Yeah, Chair Perez, I would add that we have a tremendous number of staff who are working extraordinarily hard, and they're coming to work and bearing the burden of the absence of a lot of their colleagues. And so I think, to Deputy Commissioner Townsend's point, it's extremely important for us, and part of what, in addition, the work we've been doing is to get the word out and to make sure that it is known and that staff can be aware that in fact actions are being taken, and even if the disciplinary process can be more measured and paced than even we would like, we want to make sure that staff are fully appreciate that we're doing all that we can through those processes and people's due process rights to pursue appropriate remedies. We've also since 1st of March, we've completely eliminated the operations of several support divisions and redeployed those staff permanently on a temporary basis, but permanently at this point to facility commands in order to address adding headcount to those. And then other staff who are assigned to non-jail commands have been on a regular bi-weekly redeployment, which means that they do their regular assigned job that is in a command that is not necessarily a jail facility, and then they are working in the jails on mandatory overtime in order to support their colleagues and peers and to get the necessary relief. And so we send thousands of staff a week on a schedule through that process as well. And so all of those efforts are, again, aimed at both relieving the staff who need to have the ability to leave their post and go home and rest and have their personal time, but also it's a demonstration of commitment to the department that everyone is sharing in the burden of operating these posts and extending ourselves in these jails that we've extended ourselves in because of conditions to respond to the pandemic. And that's why I think.
Can I just stop you there? Because I just want to be respectful of time, but I appreciate the answer. I have two follow-up questions. One is, when was this group or this task force, I think you were calling it, convened for the first time? When was it formed?
I don't have the exact date, but I believe that it began in late March or early April.
Yes.
I would say that our home visits and the efforts to curb any abuse or misuse of the sick leave policy for those that are on chronic and rec hour status has existed always, and it happens out of our health management division. This was an added support where we pulled staff from the investigations division. The DOI has been participating, and then we pulled additional staff from across headquarters and agency commands to conduct more home visits than the health management division would have been able to support on.
And what is the threshold for being designated chronic then? If you're going to go, and I think that was one of the triggers of setting, of starting a process. But what is the threshold?
40 working days in a rolling 12 months.
So if you have taken 40 days off, if you've taken 40 days off, that triggers a process to identify, to validate, I guess. Is that fair to say?
It's a chronic status of our sick leave policy, and then that person, each time that they were calling sick, they are only afforded recreation hours, which is 1 to 5.
Okay. I think the problem is pretty clear. I mean, you have a major problem on your hands, and I know you know that. I'm not you have 1,500 people, 1,300, 1,500 people calling in sick every day and leaving, and another 1,800 or so that are out for other various reasons. And that is leaving the folks who are showing up to work overburdened and working extremely long shifts. And I'm saying that because it's a point is contrary to other things we've heard, and I think should be quite concerning to all of us. Just in respect of time, I'm going to go on to the federal monitors report. I noted that you had said, again, the Chair Drum had brought this up, but May 11th, the report's released and, continues to raise an alarm about management of staff and shifting, management, use of force. It does acknowledge, of course, progress that's been made and the department's willingness to be, I think, transparent and honest in its sort of discussion around what the issues are. The agency, and I think it was in your testimony, you mentioned that you were 90% compliance. That other 10%, though, is the whole ball game, it feels like right now. And it mentions a couple of things which we talked about earlier. One is, the idea that more staff may not solve all the problems, that there is a management issue, which, may be related to what we also just spoke about. And continued problems around use of force, which have been reflected in the past reports, amongst other things. Can you tell us how this budget that we are looking at today addresses that other, remaining 10% of issues that the agency believes are still existence? And while we're at it, can you describe to us perhaps what that other gap of issues that when you said, I think it was, more work to do, what is that work that the agency needs to do to steps it needs to take to be in compliance with the News and report and to get a report that does not still continue to highlight these issues?
So I think you're right about that 10% is what is in the forefront and what we're talking about today and what's in the monitor's report, which I just want to remind council that report reflects the time period that ended in December of 2020. So we're in the 12th monitors period right now, which will end at the end of June. We designed all of our new data systems. We redesigned policies. We created new policies. We trained staff. We put 14,000 cameras in all of our facilities, and we revamped our training. And so I believe what's left is changing the hearts and minds of staff in that changing their practice of reacting in a way that the monitor points out that may exacerbate the situation and trying to use all available resources to de-escalate. Now, as I said, in some cases, you can't. If there's 10 people fighting, you have to do something. You are compelled, you are duty bound to save people from each other. And so we have what we call rescue force, where we insert ourselves in between people who are fighting or about to fight or cause harm to each other. That's all included in that total number of use of force. It's the force that is excessive or unnecessary that we need to address. And that is the constant reviews with staff. This is timely investigations and discipline, so that the discipline is close in time to the offense. And that is constantly working with people to hone their skills in de-escalation and communication. And that is what we are working on.
I understand that, but we've now seen, I think, these recommendations come out in report after report, and it feels like if we're making progress, we're not. I mean, changing the hearts and minds feels vague to me in terms of trying to actually correct that as an issue in this department. I think the report lays out some of the problems that they see when it comes to what you mentioned, discipline within proximity to, or accountability within proximity to an issue, training, but also management and leadership, turnover, by the way, as another one, from what I recall from the report. But you are leaving. You are leaving this in the hands of a new commissioner coming in. What are the steps that you would tell that commissioner who's coming in to take to address those issues that you've just outlined? Like concrete examples and steps.
So I actually have met with the incoming commissioner, and we actually discussed that very point. And it's a culture shift. It's a change in thinking. And I think the monitor pointed out that the behavior and some of the attitudes have been passed down through generations in this agency. And so to just tell people, don't do that anymore, I have always wished that that's how we stop bad behavior or inappropriate behavior or unprofessional behavior, or behavioral changes that have changed as society has changed their expectations. It doesn't work with the people in our custody, and it doesn't seem to work with the people who are engaging in excessive or unnecessary uses of force. So I'm not going to speak for the new commissioner. He has his own ideas on what he's going to do to tackle this, and I would rather leave that for him to discuss with council.
Okay. I'm going to leave it there for now. I have more questions, but I know members have questions here too, so I want to respect them and have them get the ability to ask questions. I'll head back to Chair Drum for any further questions, and then we can head over to members too.
Thank you. I do have some follow-up questions. So let me just ask, how many staff work in the probe teams total and during a specific shift?
So our probe teams are only consisting of one captain with 6 officers. And so each tour, if there is an alarm that is activated, only one captain and 6 officers respond unless they are calling for an additional level to assist with quelling and possibly preventing additional harm to any individual.
But those staff members that the Chief Jennings just described, those are staff members who are otherwise assigned for their tour to a different, to an existing, post or position. And so when alarm happens, they are in a post and assignment that can be vacated, and they leave their post. They respond to the staging area, and they will assemble and create in that instance, in that moment, a probe team for the purposes of the alarm response. And then afterwards, they return to their previously assigned duties. So it's not a stationary function for the duration of the tour. It's folks are pulled from other jobs that can be temporarily left to serve in the response team.
Okay, so what's the longest time or longest period of assignment to a probe team amongst the current staff? Are they that for the whole career? What's the longest amount of time?
So sir, when the alarm is activated, so the answer to your question is it all varies, because when the alarm is activated, the first 6 individuals that get to the staging area are the people that respond to the probe team. So where we have very specific posts that has a probe team, but hypothetically, if those assigned persons are out and we get another alarm activation, then it is the first 6 people that respond. It's not a permanent job. It is only activated based on the alarms.
Okay, and what does a probe team look like? Are they the ones who then do they have to put on additional equipment? Do they have to put on a vest, or do they? What does it actually look like when an incident happens?
So yes, they have to put on personal protection equipment. They have a 36-inch baton. They have a helmet. They have a vest. And if they have to do perhaps an extraction of a person, a removal of a person, they have arm guards and knee guards.
How long does it take to get? get the uniform on?
I'm sorry?
How long would it take, like, to get the uniform on?
So what they're donning is they're donning a protective vest, they're donning a helmet, and they are using a baton. And so that takes a matter of seconds to put that on and then respond down to the area.
And that's nearby where they're working, or where is it stored?
When the alarm rings, it is a centralized staging area. So if they're partaking in their meal, if they are assigned to a post that they could readily vacate, they have to run and respond to the staging area. They have to don the equipment. They report to the outside staging area where the tour commander is the one who deploys staff to the area based on the necessity and the needs.
Okay, thank you. How many staff work in the ESU, total and during a typical shift as well? Can you explain that to me?
So the emergency service unit, their staffing calls for, let me just get that. They have permanently assigned, what their TO calls for is 1 ADW, 77 officers and 10 captains. So on a daily basis, they have people who are doing various functions. So they have a team of staff members, which is called their high security escort team, and they're taking people to court or possibly to state custody, and that consists of about 1 captain and 4 officers. On the rapid response team, the team who would be responding to a facility or an incident, they have 1 captain and 10 officers that would respond.
And that's different from the probe team?
That is different than the probe team.
Do they don the same equipment?
They don the same equipment. They have a different baton. They have a helmet. They have a vest. They still have chemical agents. All of the staff have chemical agents, and the captain from the emergency service unit has a taser.
And are they permanently assigned to that, or do they, like you did with the probe team, are they working, as regular corrections officers, or is this a special assignment that they're constantly ready for?
So they have both permanent staff members, and they also have support team members that will report on any given day if they have people that are out to vacation or out sick. These members of service, they receive additional training outside of the train facility, or the training that each facility staff members receive who are in the facilities. There is additional training in which they receive.
So the 77 that you mentioned, they're permanently assigned to the ESU unit?
So they have a TO which calls for 77, but I don't believe they currently have 77 members. There were some members that we recently transferred out of their unit.
Okay, so you know about how many?
I do not have that actual number, sir.
But you feel it's down?
It is definitely down. Because we transferred out some of their permanent, and we also prohibited some of their support staff members from being deployed in ESU again.
Why was that?
Well, we have a policy which speaks to a specialized unit, and because of the Nunes consent decree, there's also a provision in which speaks to discipline.
Related to discipline?
Correct.
And what would they have been disciplined for?
Do you want me to take that? So I can speak to that, sir. It mostly involved either uses of force or false reporting.
Wow. And can you you'll get us that number, right?
Yes.
Okay. I look forward to hearing about that number. How many staff work in the special search teams, total and during a typical shift?
So the special search team is a unit in which we put together, and their total job is going out every day, once or twice a day, and all they do is search. And so we have a temporary assignment, and we're budgeted for 2 captains and 15, so it's 1 captain and 15 officers on 2 tours.
So do you do searches every day, or how is the search, or why is the search conducted?
So they're doing searches every day, sometimes twice a tour. And so they're searching once a tour, and they're searching based on information, contraband that they may have. We receive information from DOI at times where they have some sort of information based on that there is possible contraband. They're doing regular searches, and so they are out searching twice, sometimes once, but definitely once a tour.
But it's definitely always, I'm sorry.
And they're also responding to major incidents to search for contraband.
And so are the searches preemptive, or are they based on suspicion of illegal contraband or something?
So both.
So they're preemptive and as it pertains to suspicion of illegal contraband. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then just finally, I think then I'll go to Councilmember Rosenthal. Public records indicate that 344 staff, 87 civilian, and 257 uniformed work in the transportation division. How has their time been used during COVID? Because most of the court visits have been suspended, as the commissioner mentioned.
So we have utilized that staff. We have still been running court operations. We've used them doing our bail reform and COVID with discharges. The transportation division also operates our route buses on Rikers to and from the parking lot to facilities. They are also responsible for picking up of our food, because we have production kitchens and not every facility has a production kitchen. They're picking up food and delivering food at other facilities. We are responding and assisting NYPD at times with when they need buses for different demonstrations. We're doing hospital runs, we're doing clinic runs, so they're still working. And we also temporarily removed some of their staff and deployed them to facilities to assist with the overtime and the staffing shortages.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Rosenthal.
The time will begin.
Thank you very much. I really just, thanks for the hearing. Thank you, Chair Drum. You're like, have the stamina of a camel. I don't know what the right word is. A lot of stamina. Thank you for doing all this. Commissioner, I just have I actually want to follow up on the questions that Councilmember Drum was asking about why, and I heard your answer, but why we can't close off parts of a building with fewer, with the population lower. And of course, the answer is, gosh, there's COVID, and we're trying very hard to keep people safe. So I totally understand that. And I really appreciate, I couldn't quite tell who was talking, but I really appreciate the person who said, look, I think you said we've already closed one of the buildings. We're about to close the other one that was always intended to be closed. So that's great. But it just piqued my interest. Do you have a sense, do you know how many corrections officers have gotten the vaccine? And also for the jail population, when they come in, are they, that could be another touch point. Are they given an opportunity to get the vaccine? But sort of, we're now at a point where, like, I don't wear a mask going outside. So are we at a point yet where it's safe inside from COVID?
So, I'm not sure I can put all that together in just, one response. I will let, the First Deputy Commissioner talk to the numbers of staff and people in custody who have gotten the vaccine, but what I can tell you is we have had a significant effort in education of both our staff and those in our custody. Our partners at CHS are really, been a leader in this, in making sure that people in custody are able to get the vaccine. In fact, they have a traveling group that go to all the housing areas over and over and over again to inform folks about the vaccine. And they talk to our staff as well. We've made videos and we posted them online with
About
our
what
staff.
percentage do you think, or what are the raw numbers?
So approximately 25% of our staff have received the vaccine as a result of our
That's
efforts
great.
on island. And we weren't aware of the numbers of people you can get the vaccine in the community. We are not aware of the numbers of our staff who actually avail themselves of the vaccine in the community. But approximately also 25% of individuals in custody have received the vaccine as well.
And is there an opportunity to get vaccinated while you're in custody?
So the answer is yes. Every new admission, when they come in, they are offered the opportunity to take the vaccine. And then while they're still cohorted together in new admission housing, they're also offered the vaccine. We have seen more people accepting to take the vaccine. We have a schedule that we work out with CHS. So they roll throughout different facilities to continuously offer vaccine to someone.
Yep, I got you. I'm so sorry, I'm on a clock. And is it the Johnson & Johnson vaccine that you give? Because people, might be in one day and out, out before 2 weeks from then?
For staff, we've been providing the Pfizer vaccine. No. And CHS offers individuals in custody both the Pfizer and the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
Okay, so I'd have to ask them about that. And then yesterday, Commissioner Choksi emphasized the importance of the expression, meeting people where they are in order to get them to the point where they're willing to take the vaccine. It strikes me, just describing 25% is, if 25% of your staff has taken the vaccine, that percentage is lower than the citywide average. Thank you. I'm just wondering how you can meet your officers where they are in order to educate them about the vaccine. And sort of along with that, because role modeling is so important, Commissioner, I'm looking at your table. Some people are wearing masks, or is everyone's wearing masks? How many?
No, we're all wearing masks. We're all wearing masks.
And so
how many people around the table have taken the vaccine?
All but one.
So you have a better percentage than your officers.
Well, the 25% is only what's being reported as our on-site location on Rikers Island, because people have the ability to take the vaccine and out in the communities, and we don't have or unable to account for that. We only know from our testing site.
I see. So I see. I didn't understand that before. Okay. I mean, it would be really interesting to know, because before you can do anything, as the jail population comes down and as people are going to their court hearings, and given the fact that, staffing is challenging, overtime is challenging, I would imagine you'd want to get back to a place where,
Thank you.
right?
So even though when people haven't taken the vaccine, we are still doing testing. We have staff that have the ability to test at our centralized location, and everyone who comes into custody has to take a test, and if they refuse, then they're quarantined.
Yeah, I'm just describing. That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you, chairs. Thank you, Chair Powers.
Thank you.
Thank you. And let me just go back. What is the overtime policy, and how many people have gone over it?
So are you asking specifically for correction officers, sir? Or in the?
Yeah, the overtime policy for officers.
So
And that's basically where you're seeing the absence issues and that you were describing to Keith Powers. Am I right?
I think it's 57 hours.
Yeah, so the monthly cap is 57 hours, and the data I have for the month of March is 17% of correction officers went over that cap.
Okay, can you just also describe for me how the special search teams coordinate with facility staff who conduct the searches? The monitor named frequent and chaotic searches as a driver of frustration and violence. How do you respond to what the monitor said?
So the special search team is external unit, and they have no conjunctions with the facility. And so when they go in to search, the facility is not searching at all with the special search team. They are a dedicated unit that goes into search. And so they have found significant amount of weapons during their searches. They have proven to be very successful. When we have been short-staffed at the facilities during COVID, and they did not have the ability to put staff together to search, we still had the special search team searching the facilities.
Do you agree with the monitor's statement that it creates frustration and resentment when people are searched when there's not really a level of suspicion?
So I disagree, and I would say that there is a need to search. We have had issues with contraband, dangerous contraband.
Yeah, but how does the contraband get in?
So
there's no visits. There's been no visits.
Right, and so we still have a system.
Yeah, but so just can you answer that? How does the contraband get in?
I'm trying to, sir.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we still have the ability where during COVID, people are actually receiving in mail and packages. People have the ability to soak letters in liquid K2, fentanyl. And so that comes in, we get packages in. We do have integrity issues, whereas people have been found guilty of bringing contraband into the facilities. And so it's something that we're monitoring, that we have the investigation division.
When you say people have been investigated for bringing contraband in, are you referring to the corrections officers?
So it hasn't just been correction officers, it has been non-uniform also. And we do have jail-made weapons that people fabricate.
Yeah, but with no visitation and with your supervision of packages that come in, how much contraband has come in? How many? What are the numbers of what you found?
So we can get you a very detailed list of all the things that we found in the searches. It would take us 20 minutes to read a whole list for you. But as the chief was saying, we have not caught everything that comes in the mails. We have drug detection dogs, but they're not always in the mailroom. Sometimes staff miss those things. Weapons are made out of things that are available in the housing unit. And we do have staff, both non-uniform and uniform staff, who have brought contraband into the facilities. And we, along with DOI, are watching for that. And those people who get caught are disciplined and terminated.
So you're not going to respond positively to the monitor's finding that, it's one of the main drivers of the frustration and the violence that occurs.
No, I think the chief said she disagreed with that characterization. I'm not going to speak for all people in custody. There are plenty of times when a search team goes into a unit and nothing happens. But I would agree that at times people are frustrated that they have their items searched, and I can understand that. But that is an accepted practice in the correctional facility in order to keep people safe. We don't want anyone to get stabbed. We don't want anyone to get slashed, and we certainly don't want people taking drugs while in custody. Non-prescribed.
I think it depends on the frequency and the level of suspicion that really would determine how frequently those searches should be done. But if the monitor is pointing it out, I think there needs to be some correction in the direction of how those searches are conducted. Anyway, Commissioner, we could argue that, and I just hope that the next commissioner will look at that as well. I just want to go back, and then because I got to turn it back over to Chair Powers as well. How many are considered probe? How many people are considered probe team members across the whole department?
So at any given time, in each facility, if the alarm is activated, it consists of 1 captain and 6 officers.
But didn't you say that there were others who would join the probe team if those people aren't there?
So for every alarm, when alarm is activated, anyone who is in earshot and can hear the alarm bell that rings, they must report to the staging area if they are partaking of a meal or if they're on a post that they can vacate it, they must report to the staging area.
So I'm still confused about what the probe team members, they're specifically designated people who are members of the probe team. And then there are other members who are specifically designated probe team.
Let me give it a try, Chair John. This is Brenda Cook. So at the beginning of each tour on the schedule, staff are all assigned to work a particular post in the jail. And so for staff whose posts in the jail for that tour are posts that are not, and I'm just going to use for an example, like not a housing unit floor officer, right? So these are posts for people who maybe work in an administrative post or who work in a corridor post that can be temporary intake or in a other clinic or services space. Those staff know that based on their post assignment for the day, that when the alarm rings, as the chief was describing, that they, if they are able to, because if they're occupied, and engaged in something that in that moment they can't leave, those assigned staff, based on those post assignments, are to leave their posts and to respond to the staging area to be directed by the tour commander as to the nature of the response. Then, depending on who arrives, you may have had more staff arrive to a staging area than are necessary to assemble into that probe team. But so then the tour commander will then direct a captain and 4 officers, 4 to 6 officers to suit up in their protective equipment and then authorize, if appropriate, to respond to the location. So that's, I think, where your question is with respect to, additional staff maybe responding. It's all staff are to respond to make sure that we can get the necessary number of staff in that moment to send to an emergency response as appropriate.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I actually have to leave for a medical appointment, and I'm going to turn it over to Chair Powers, who will finish it up. I don't see any other council members with questions at this point, but I do want to just take a moment to thank Commissioner Brand for your work here. I know you and I have butted heads on many occasions. I do appreciate what you've done, your work here, and I wish you the best of luck as you move forward with the rest of your career or whatever it is that you're going to be doing as you move forward. And I want to thank all of the correction staff as well, all of the people that are in the room with you there for the hard work that they've done. I know that they've been going through difficult times as well, especially with the COVID situation. but I do thank you for your work. And Commissioner, best of luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair Drum. I have a few more questions I wanted to get to, and then we can close out here. The first one is, I suppose, as we're going through the budget, I noticed federal funding that was being used, $280 million in stimulus funding in FY 2022, and swap out $280 million in city tax levies. Can you tell us how the department determined how to use the $280 million in stimulus funding, and whether it's going to support any or develop any new initiatives or programs, and what happens to that funding in the future with that when there's no stimulus funding?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Powers. So modifications to agencies' budgets to put in stimulus funding was done by OMB during the executive budget. So I'm still learning the process of how we're going to be utilizing the funding and claiming it and understanding the guidelines. That $280 million city tax levy reduction with a corresponding increase in federal stimulus also had a corresponding funding switch for headcount. So given that the American Rescue Plan is to support core government services, my understanding at this time would be that that $280 million is going to support 3,600 uniformed staff.
Existing staff that is going to help pay for existing staff. So it's not okay. Do we know why OMB decided to use stimulus here versus using city taxpayer dollars? I mean, I just was trying to better understand the sort of whole intention here. I know it's happening in other agencies as well.
Sure. So I mean, the city tax levy funding did exist. So to account for the loss of revenue the city had as a whole as related to the pandemic, they reduced the city tax levy fund that would support the existing 3,600 positions and increase the federal stimulus. So it's more of an offset to the revenue loss the city is experiencing by reducing the city levy.
We had at the prior hearing had obviously covered and talked in detail about the privileged phone conversations that we found out were being recorded. And this hearing, our hearing, came right immediately after a news article that discussed, what I would say is fairly widespread in certain places, recordings occurring. We have not had a hearing since then. Well, we have had a hearing, but we haven't had a hearing on this topic since then. Can you give us an update on the status of the audit of recordings of privileged phone conversations and share with us the final outcome, if this is a final outcome of the audit, and what just share with us the findings of those?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Powers. This is Lisa Richardson, Deputy General Counsel. So since the last hearing, Securus has completed the initial audits for all of the 6 major New York City public defender organizations, and we have shared those results directly with those organizations. In total, there were 1,766 unique telephone calls that were recorded and accessed, and that consisted of 455 unique persons in custody who made those telephone calls, and 148 total unique telephone numbers.
And can you share with us the steps the agency is now taking? I know we had discussed it, but can you please share with us the steps the agency is taking immediately, short-term and long-term, to address what is a obviously concerning invasion of individuals' privacy, and to protect against any further possibility that would happen in the future?
Absolutely. So as General Counsel Grossman discussed at the last hearing, we immediately directed Securus to conduct these audits. We also directed them to immediately sequester the inadvertently recorded telephone calls and to immediately privatize the phone numbers that had not been properly privatized in the past. Additionally, since that time, we have directed Securus to implement a quality assurance process on their end, and the department has also developed a quality assurance process on our own end. Both of those quality assurance processes have been implemented and to date have not identified any subsequent errors in the privatization. Securus, at our direction, has also created an online database where attorneys can check whether or not their phone number is currently set to do not record status. And if it is not, they can contact the department and request privatization. We have also modified our public-facing website to include a link to that database. And we have also directed Securus to modify the pre-recorded admonishment warning that plays at the beginning of any recorded telephone call. We have now modified that to include a warning to attorneys, explicitly warning them that their phone call is being recorded and that they need to contact the department to privatize their phone number and that they should not have any privileged telephone communications on that phone call.
If you're an individual who you believe number should be on that in the database, you mentioned a way that they can now check that. What is that process?
Correct. There is a link posted on the New York City Department of Corrections website. They click on that link, they enter their phone number. It is, you have to enter it in 10 digits, area code, the first 3 digits, and then the 4 final digits of the phone number. No spaces, no parentheses, no dots. It's very important that you enter only the 10 digits. And it will then pop up with a notification that your phone number either is private or is not private. If it is not private, it contains instructions on how to contact the department and request privatization of that number.
And that's operational right now?
It is, and it has been operational for at least the past month.
Okay. Thank you for that update. The borough-based jails, can you give us an update on where we are in terms of the construction of the borough-based jails and any delay? Does, with some delays to 2027, being pushed back to 2027, does that impact at all the department's planning around closing facilities and generating savings? Can you give us an update and then just tell us how the delay might impact the agency?
Sure, Chair Powers. So at present, the only contract that I'm aware of that's registered for the Borough-based Jails project is related to the Queens parking garage, but all other work continues to move procurements forward, that DDC is moving forward for the facilities in the boroughs. In terms of our closure plan, we have sustained in the budget facility closures to the total of, I believe, 5 at this time, from January 2019 to the executive budget of last year. So we don't have any further changes to report yet on facility closures. That would certainly be contingent upon how COVID-19 remains to be playing out, and also our population, which is still higher than expected.
Do you have concerns about the timeline being delayed any further?
I do not at this time. The most recent date that was provided, which I think was August 31st, 2027 or something like that, has not changed yet at this time, so no.
And I just want to correct you, the Queens parking garage are you saying is the only contract that's currently signed and registered?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Okay. And then which ones, are there any other that are out right now, right, for any RFPs out there for other ones?
I don't have the breakdown of all those specifically. I'm sure we could follow up with you on that, because we'd have to, I don't think it's easy.
Okay. Can you talk to us just again, there's obviously been a lot of discussion recently, I think even in the Daily News today, about the kind of uncertainty, I'd say, about the future of the plan. Can you, as an agency, maybe Commissioner, you can do this as a project I know you know well, or others. Talk to us about some of the issues we have discussed today when it comes to staffing, programming, overtime, things like that, how facility changes assist with changing the culture. There is, I think, in the testimony, but also maybe perhaps in the, certainly in the Nunez report, I think there's some discussion around facilities and old facilities or challenges around facilities. Can you share with us some sort of insights again here as we're thinking about this plan about what benefits might be accrued in new facilities that are not available right now in the current facilities you're in?
Sure, you're right. I do know a lot about this plan. I fully support the plan. The buildings that we are in now are old. They cost a lot of money to maintain. They cost a lot of staff because we have to move people around to every place they need to go. They're not conducive to rehabilitation or to program delivery. They just weren't built that way back when these buildings were designed. That was not the focus of corrections at the time. Certainly not jails, perhaps prisons, but not necessarily so. And so in building the new jails, number one, we lessen our footprint. We create modern buildings that require less staff. When we look at technology, we reduce the number of people that we need to manage things. They will be brighter with different materials. They won't look so institutional. They'll be more efficient for not only our processes, but for the city with regards to electricity and gas and all of those things. Services will come to the housing unit. They will be bright. They will be air conditioned. Everywhere will be air conditioned, which we have a significant challenge with now in these buildings. And they will keep people closer to their community supports. So right now we're on the island. It takes a huge effort to get to the island, trains, buses, our transport buses, and we're behind a water wall, so to speak, and we keep our work away from the public. The public should have more access to our buildings and to those who are in custody, and the community should be able to share in the use of those buildings. So I am in full support of having modernized facilities in this city.
Okay, thank you. Were there any budget needs that the department requested that are not included in the executive budget? And if so, can you let us know what they were?
Not at this time, council member. We're very cognizant of the current city budget crisis, so we've been working, as hard as we can with the existing resources we have. But I certainly keep the line of communication with OMB open in terms of anything we may need in the future. But right now, we've been managing, within our own resources.
Got it. Okay. I'm just going to go and see if there's any other questions for members. If so, you can raise your hand on the Zoom. Okay.
Preparers, it doesn't seem that there are any other questions at this time.
Okay. Well, I want to say thank you to the Department of Corrections and I'm across my colleagues and staff here today. Thank you, Commissioner Brand. I know I think this is your last hearing at the council, which is probably a cause of celebration in itself for you. But I appreciate your honesty and forthcomingness as we've had to work together here to acknowledge, as we have, even at difficult times, the challenges that lie ahead here in a very difficult agency that is facing, I think, lots of challenges now and will go through a lot in the future. But I want to say thank you for your time and tenure here, and certainly when it's on the closed Rikers plan, your commitment to that, your commitment to closed solitary confinement, ending solitary confinement, and others. And thank you, of course, always to your staff here who works with us as we have questions and need information and to get prepared for the hearing. So I want to say thank you. I hope you all can prepare your successor, who I, of course, know as well, for many of the big questions ahead and a way to transform the agency as we go into new places and new format, new facilities. So thank you. And thank you to everyone from the department. Thank you everyone here at the council as well, who have been working diligently over the last 2 weeks on the budget here. And Councilor John is not here, so I think I'll close out it and say thank you to everyone. And we will see you at the next hearing. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.